unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. I hope you guys are doing great. We are back today covering the case of the state of South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes in the case of Christina Parcell. When we ended yesterday, the defendant had taken the stand and they had finished direct, and then we were starting back today with the defendant on the stand for cross. And I know that there are some of you guys who have not watched anything yet, so I don't want to give away too many spoilers. But what I will say is that I actually was going to start this quite a while ago, but there's only one question. There's only one question that's asked by the prosecutor or the solicitor. So I postponed the live and waited until I had a confirmation on time that we were going to have closing arguments, because there's one question. I won't tell you what the question is. I'm going to let you watch that I did not cheat on you guys. I swear I didn't really cheat on you guys. This is just what pops up. It happens. It was unintentional. I tripped and it fell in. So all seriousness, they only ask one question. I'm not going to tell you what the question is. I will play that for you, but I postponed the live so that I could get closer to I know my voice is so bad, you guys. So that I could get closer to the time of closing arguments, because after the defendant is off the stand, the defense rests. So, but like I said, I'm going to play what that is. I'm going to play the question so you guys can all hear it. And then I want to talk to you guys about why you think the prosecutor chose to ask just one question, and also why you think that he chose to ask this question. So hold on, let me share my screen. Hi, everybody, you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Hi, Snappy. Hi, Fluffy. Hi, Legal Lacey. Hi, Carla. Hi, Ems. Hi, Travis. Hi, CH. Hi, Hammy. Hi, Karen. Snappy. Hi, Precocent. Hey, Jen. Hey, Shaz. Hi, Rexy. Sleazy's up here somewhere. I saw her earlier. I'll take it too, Carla. Don't you go tempting me with a good time. And the thing is I actually had contemplated. I was like, we need to do I need to do a let's get up to date on Idaho 4 and up to date on Karen Reed. And I was like, I don't think I can read documents right now. My throat hurts too much. Like I don't think it would work, especially with all the documents that dropped yesterday in Idaho 4. There's a crazy amount. I just don't know if I can do it. I may have to take a shot and then come back and see if I can handle it. All right, let's do a quick sound check. Just make sure you guys I twisted Gemini. I mean, make sure you guys can hear all this scuffling. Just so that I know you guys have sound. Hi, Stephanie. I would hate to be the judge in this case. I'd be so mad. He actually remains very calm. It's kind of crazy. Like, could you imagine, like, Judge Bev, if the defendant had said all the things he said on the stand yesterday? Like, Bev would have been, like, shaking. She would have been freaking out. Gull would have just kicked everybody out of the courtroom, including the jury. She would have been like, you're out of here. You're out of here. Go get your cell phones and bring them back so I can break them all. That's what Gull would do.
Then states exhibit 66 up there on the overhead. Mr. Hughes, when you dragged Christina Parcell across the floor of the front room where you killed her, did you drag her by her arm or by her ankle?
I don't remember for certain, but I think by the ankle.
That's all the questions I need to ask this, Your Honor. Any limited redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, so the question, if you guys just sort of repeat it, because I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. I've been kind of replaying it because I didn't really cheat. You can't consider that cheating. It's not fair. I'm mad about Maya. So when you killed her, how did you move her, essentially? Did you pull her by her ankles? Did you pull her by her wrists? And he says, I don't remember, but I think I pulled her by her ankle. Mad about Maya's like, oh, girl, I have no idea why he asked that question. You remember every single detail possible, but this you can't remember. I was kind of going with that. I was like, wait a minute, is he trying to show the jury, like, how do you not know how you dragged her, but you can remember that you were feeling like you were going to cliff jump, but now you don't actually know how you dragged her, but you remember all these emotions and everything else. So I thought, okay, is that what he's trying to do, or am I reading too much into it? So that's why I wanted to ask you guys. I think that he gets across the fact that, like, when you were in her home and you killed her, like, so you're confirming you did all of those things. So I think he gets that in there too. I mean, if you think it's one question that the prosecutor, the state decided, the solicitor decided to ask, one question, it has to be very calculated. If that's the only thing he's going to ask, right? I think it has something to do with how he treated her and the malice involved. Fluffy, that's a great point. That's a great point. Did you see my comment? Yep. This one? I'm hoping it's this one, because yes, I just saw it. I think it was for effect. Couldn't give him an opportunity to say why. That's interesting too. See, I kind of thought, Law Junkie, that he was going to ask a lot of questions off, like, to get him to show that he memorized everything from yesterday. Get him to show that he doesn't actually have this memory of the events, that he actually has a memory of what was written for him. You know what I mean? Like, we know that because we see we saw that document and we're like, holy crap, he actually just memorized this and then repeated it on the stand. The jury doesn't know that. Travis says, so that must prove he clearly lied about ankles, and he is going to explain that he invented all of this. Oh, do you think that he asked the question and that she wasn't actually dragged by her ankles and so everything was a lie? I don't think they're putting on a rebuttal. We got closing arguments here at 2:00, so that was it. I'll play the rest of this. We can keep talking. We got a little bit of time, so.
Any other witness? Defense going to call any other witnesses?
Your Honor,
And I am aware that you wanted to put additional proper.
yes, not at this time.
All right.
I don't think they actually said. We do have the photo that they did show the jury. I'd have to go back with like trying to figure out what they actually said about it. I don't know if she had wounds to her head, so I'm trying to figure out, would the hair on the ground have been from. Okay, some people don't like to see these photos, so just a fair warning, I'm going to show a crime scene photo. Doesn't have her body, but I'm going to see if we can tell if it was cut or if it looks pulled out. Because she does have wounds to her. She does have wounds to her head. So I don't know, maybe they are implying that she was, that there's hair on the ground, but I don't know. I think it could just be cut from the struggle. Travis says if the answer was wrists, it would have been a longer cross. He got what he needed to argue in closing. Do you think because of the malice aspect? Like, what do you think that he got that he needed? What do you think that he got? Yeah, see, I was thinking it looked cut right here. I don't think we can actually probably tell. Who said Gemini? I wish I could remember. Maybe if we have time, we can go back and actually look. There's a couple of you guys that are saying that, so you guys are probably right, and I just don't remember it. T-Dub, oh my goodness. It was an interesting one. It was an interesting trial for sure. There's a lot of backstory, a lot of information, and obviously there's going to be more coming now that we have Mello arrested yesterday. It's a good case. I said at the beginning of this, I'm surprised that this wasn't picked up, and made, what do you want to say, trending, I guess would be the right word. I'm surprised that this case wasn't more popular on the true crime interwebs. See, one says looks cut, the other one's looks pulled out. I don't think I could tell. Hey, Kate, how are you? I'm trying to go back and see. Let me see if I can find. He didn't testify to that, right? That's what. He doesn't testify to that yesterday. It would have been one of the officers who testified that that's what they believed happened. Yeah. Now I'm trying to think of what officer. What officer testified to that? Let me play this and I'll see if I can find
I'm going
it.
to ask you to go back to your jury room, and I'm going to be taking up a few matters, hopefully very quickly, and we'll be back with you.
Okay, I know that there's a couple of you guys that are taking notes. I was just gonna say, can you guys look at your notes and see if you happen to have written down which, even if you don't have the officer's name, which day? Because I'm trying to think if it was the very first officer on scene that has the body cam on, or if it's the very first homicide investigator that goes there. Brittany.
Welcome back. Just be patient and understand there are procedures that have to go in, and I'm sorry that I have to send y'all in and out, okay? All right, anything further?
Nothing further, the defense rests.
Defense rest. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can go back to the jury room.
He's smiling. He's got such a weird demeanor. Hey, Skinny. All right, let me see. I thought they came back one more time, but let me see. I thought they came back one more time, but I'm not 100%. So let me see, because like I said, I read it, I didn't really watch it. Maybe it was just because somebody was in the courtroom and they said what happened. Quite a cross-exam, huh? It was the body cam footage guy? Okay. So it's the very first, it's like the first guy that's on the stand. Or no, the first girl's the 911, then it's Brad Post, then it's the guy on the stand. Okay. Fluffy, let me see. Do you happen to know how far into his testimony, or Chris Robinson? There's no sound. This is them, not me. Just FYI. It's okay, Fluffy, no worries. There we go. There's sound.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment where myself and the defense have an opportunity to speak to you directly. It's called our closing statement, our closing arguments. All the evidence that you're going to hear in this case, you've already heard it. It's either sitting right here or it's through testimony that you already heard. And so my goal here is to just talk a little bit about this case with you and sort of explain the state's perspective and how we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Zach Hughes did in fact commit the crimes that he's alleged to have committed. And I'm going to go through those crimes a little bit, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then I'm going to go briefly through the evidence and explain my perspective on those things. I will give you a bit of a caveat that this is a little bit of a unique case in that you rarely have the defendant testifying and admitting to the entire crime during the trial. So in that respect, my closing argument may be a little different or maybe a little abnormal than our normal way we do things, but I'm going to do my best. I first want to thank you for your service. It's been a long 2 weeks.
He says it like that they should be comparing what these people, the defense did the same thing. Like, we could have done this and we could have done that and we didn't do these things. And so, we had the right to do these things. And so we didn't. So we're a really good defense team. And now he's coming up and he's like, so things could be a little bit different. But now that we have this really weird circumstance, it's going to sound like this. Yes, Michael, just in time for closings. Just in time for closings. And we got one weird question on cross that we were trying to figure out why. That was it.
Y'all have been extremely attentive. You've paid attention. You've listened to the judge. And to be frankly, I couldn't ask for a better jury. And I appreciate your service. On behalf of my co-counsel, Mr. Jake Hoferth, Investigator Jared Sparkman, and Master Deputy Blake Wolf, we thank you for your service. Now, I told you in my opening statements that once you see and hear all the testimony in this trial, and I did not know that the defendant was going to testify, you're going to find that Zach Hughes, I don't know if you remember what I said, is a cold-blooded killer. And I submit that the state, and along with the testimony of Zach Hughes, we did in fact prove all of that beyond a reasonable doubt. Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. Zach Hughes is an admitted cold-blooded killer. And keep in mind, he solved John Mello's problems. So the judge is going to instruct you on the law, and just as we're going to abide by his rulings, you must abide by his instructions. Remember, I told you he's the referee, calls balls and strikes, and he also tells us what the rules are, what the law is. Y'all took an oath way long ago than you can probably remember, back in last week on Monday, a week ago. And you said you would take an oath, you would adhere to his instructions, you would do your duty as jurors, and I have no doubt in my mind that you will absolutely do that. Now, before Zach Hughes admitted to the murder of Christina Parcell, the state called approximately 32 witnesses. We submitted close to 200 exhibits. If you put all this on a hard drive, it's a little over 4 terabytes of information. And all of that taken together, it's a lot of evidence to digest. Now, with the admission of Zach Hughes to a lot of the state's case, the questions you were presented with at the beginning of the case really are answered. Regardless of what he may believed in his head, his actions are what matter in this courtroom. Actions speak louder than words. And boy, do we have a lot of cold, calculated, horrific actions in this case. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you must find the facts based on the evidence in this trial and solely based on the evidence presented at this trial inside this courtroom. And it is undisputed that Zach Hughes planned, he lay and waited, he broke into Christina Parcell's home with a .22 and a knife, some roses. She had just returned home from an interview, from her last interview with Vet Tech. Zach Hughes, a person she had never met. She had never met him. Beat her with a gun, brutally stabbed her 35 times, severing her jugular vein and her carotid artery. Now, as we go through the evidence and we look at some of the different things, I'm going to ask you to keep in mind of the charges that you're actually looking at. So the first charge I'm going to explain is the harassment charge. And there's 2 harassment. There's harassment and there's conspiracy to commit harassment. The only difference is the conspiracy requires 2 or more people joining and to commit the harassment. So harassment is just a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that serves no legitimate purpose and would cause a reasonable person in his position to suffer mental or emotional distress. That's related to all those photos and those documents that you saw mailed out. I think there's 7 envelopes full of photos and other documents. You heard testimony about what was in those. Some of them are in evidence. Some were just described because those were pictures of Christina Parcell without any clothes on. So we didn't introduce those so as not to embarrass her or her family. Burglary first. A person is guilty of burglary first if he enters a dwelling without consent and with the intent to commit a crime. And to remind you, the judge is going to tell you the law is, what it is. I'm just trying to give you an outline so you can keep that in mind as we're going through this evidence. And they enter without consent and they're armed with a deadly weapon or cause physical injury. Well, those things all already appeared in this case. Zach Hughes went in under a ruse of roses according to his own testimony. But he went in directly with the intent to commit harm, and he had weapons on him. And then you've got murder. You also have possession of the weapon during the commission of a violent crime. That is, if you used a weapon and you murder somebody, that is the possession of the weapon during that commission of a violent crime. But you have murder, which is the killing of any person with malice aforethought. Malice aforethought. And you're going to hear those words a lot in the judge's instructions. But malice is ill will towards another person, the intentional doing of a wrong act with the intent to inflict injury. And I think I said early on, ladies and gentlemen, it was a depraved heart, an angry heart with the intent to harm somebody. And there's also express malice, meaning it's expressed, it's right there in front of you. And it's shown when there are words of hatred or when someone prepares to do the act. They prepare to go in there. It's called premeditation is what you'll hear the judge charge you. Premeditation is preparing to go and harm somebody, like lying in wait, like buying weapons beforehand, by concealing your identity going in there. Those kinds of things are premeditation, things that you do in preparation of the violent act. And if you find those things, and you find the state proved those beyond a reasonable doubt, then you can find the defendant guilty. So before we get in, let's start with a little background now. You know the players, you know everybody involved in here, you know the victim. You've heard a lot about the victim, Christina Parcell. You've heard a lot about John Mello. You've heard a lot about Zach Hughes. And you've heard a lot about Christina Parcell and John Mello's daughter. So the background, and we're talking the time frame from 2020, October 2020-ish, to October 13th, 2021. So we're roughly a time span of 1 year. And what happens throughout that year that leads up to the murder of Christina Parcell? Zach Hughes never talked to Christina Parcell. He didn't know Christina Parcell. He never met Christina Parcell. Everything he knew about Christina Parcell, even according to his own testimony, was told to him by John Mello or shown to him in certain evidence. John Mello was in a nasty custody battle with Christina Parcell. We all know that. He was on his 4th round of custody disputes with Christina Parcell. Keep in mind, and according to the guardian ad litem, the prior 3 were just as nasty, but they had always been settled where John Mello would have significant custody of their daughter. But in April of 2021, that changed. The tide changed for John Mello because he took Aida out of the country in violation of that order, according to the Italian courts. And he took her to Italy. And Christina Parcell didn't even know about that until she saw a social media post where she realizes my daughter's out of the country, I can't see or talk to her, and she's with her father. Thus, the continuation of this nasty child custody dispute. And then from October to April, Aida was living in Italy with little or no contact with Christina. So what did Christina do? She did what any mother would do. is that she tried to get the return of her daughter. So she went through this process, and it was explained by Christina's sister, Tina Parcell, as well as the guardian ad litem, Vanessa Cormelo. She filed under what's called the Hague Convention, and she asked to have her daughter returned to her. She actually flew to Italy twice to have these hearings in Italy. And she was successful. She won that particular battle in this myriad of battles of child custody that have been going on between these two individuals. And so in April of 2021, that really set off John Mello. He was unhappy. And we know the things, and we're going to talk about the things that he did starting that day through the WhatsApps, through the harassment letters, everything else, to solve that custody dispute problem. And that's where this case really, really began. That is when things turned not in favor of Christina Parcell. She lost her life as a result. So what is the relationship between Zach Hughes and John Mello? All right, so where did they all come into this mass of characters? Well, according to Zach, he met John on the streets of Greenville about August of 2020, and he was with Aida, and Zach played a very likable classical music piece that John Mello and Aida liked. And that's how they met. So they met that one time. That was one of the few times that Zach Hughes actually met Aida Mello. And he talked about, they went on about 4 or 5, maybe 6 occasions where they were hanging out. They got some tacos one night. They saw a museum. But Aida Mello didn't know Zach Hughes. She didn't know who he was. She's a 9-year-old little girl who heard him play a piano piece, who's a friend of her dad's. And that's all the time they ever spent together. That's it. In August until October, John Mello left for Italy. And with him went Aida. So Zach Hughes never spent any more time with Aida, what little time he did during that small time, ever, never again. Now, he may have seen her on a FaceTime while he's talking to her dad. He may have seen her or seen videos of that, which he testified to. But Zach acted on this stand as if he could see into her soul. He could see into her eyes. He knew how she was feeling. He could tell that she gained weight and why she gained weight at a certain particular time in her life, in her adolescent life. He is drawing those conclusions on a little bit of information and nothing but whatever John Mello is feeding him. So, what's their first thing? Aida's back with her mother. She, in May, begins living at Canebrake with her aunt, Tina Parcell, and that's where they're living there. John Mello's in Italy, and Zach Hughes and John Mello decide, well, you know what we're going to do? Let's embarrass Christina Parcell. Let's make her life look bad. Let's make her look like a prostitute. That'll help me get custody of her. That'll help me with the guardian ad litem. And so John Mello, according to Detective Bevel, who testified, had photos, and according to the evidence right here, he had photos of Christina Parcell. And those photos were taken when she was much younger. And those photos are taken between 2 consensual adults engaging in what acts that 2 consensual adults can do. And that's it. And then he took those photos and he used them as a weapon. And he tried to make her look like a prostitute. Because that's what John Mello continually told Zach Hughes, according to his own testimony, Alex Field's affidavit. Let's make her look like a prostitute and let's send them around to a neighborhood. Well, they sent them to a neighborhood where Brad Post lived. They didn't even send them to Canebrake. And we know this because in these WhatsApps, they talk about it specifically. They talk about May I present to you my daughter's mother, Christina Warren, Caroline Warren, escort. And we know there's a bunch of attachments that we can't see because Zach Hughes deleted these on October 13th. And when we retrieve them from WhatsApp, they're deleted. So you have to see us, investigator Sparkman, manipulating these WhatsApps. And then they sent them that way. And then Zach Hughes receives them. He gets them. And he sees an email that was sent to him as well. This email is very important. And he prepares all these packages to Brad Post, to Mr. Bradley Post. These are all his P.O. box. Brad Post. Cigar bar, where Brad Post hangs out. Misspells Mr. Post one time in the WhatsApps. Misspells it here, P-O-A-S-T, which is why we know it. But Zach Hughes admitted it. But this email here purports to come from Mullen Investigations. Mullen Investigations at protonmail.com. And it's cut out. And you've got this photo of Christina Parcell, and you've got another photo of Christina Parcell back there, which is the same ones that are in here, but there's no URL with Bella Donji on right here. And this is the escort site, and it says Caroline Warren. She became a member, Caroline Warren, in 2009. Well, this is 2021. And apparently this Mullen Investigations on May 16th found these photos attached to this website, except the photos don't have anything attached to the website. It's just a square of an escort site of Caroline Warren. Well, I don't know who that is. I know this. I know Caroline Warren. I know Mullen Investigations, John Mello. Vanessa Carmelo testified to it. She received emails from Mullen Investigations. She received lots of emails from people purporting to be John Mello. So Zach Hughes went to the trouble of preparing all these envelopes, manipulating all the items, the photos, the escort, and putting it together. And he wanted to make sure we knew it was her. And so we would add a cover letter. You can see the cover letter that he would do. He had to add a cover letter to make sure you knew exactly who that was, that it was Christina Parcell that was engaging in prostitution. And he sent them out to shame her, to make fun of her. There's WhatsApps in there saying, we're going to ruin her day. And Zach Hughes did it the same way he committed this murder. He used his bike, he avoided cameras, tried to find a location, and he didn't know that we could track his phone. And so we know he was in Greenville when he mailed those in June and July, and he was in Tennessee when the other two were mailed. So we know he did all that. But the big point of the harassment is not that that's bad to do somebody. It's really what Tina Parcell referred to as revenge porn. South Carolina does not have a statute for revenge porn. We have harassment. And that's exactly what that is. But he's really doing it, one, to make her look bad, to make her look like a prostitute. But he's also trying to do it to gain a strategic advantage in this custody battle. And it doesn't work. He even sends one to the guardian ad litem. What does the guardian ad litem do? She investigates everything. But Brad Post put a lot of work in. Zach Hughes put a lot of work into that. It's a lot of work finding all those envelopes. To somebody he doesn't even know, he's never met, never talked to. Now, John Mello, I would say he's pretty much a liar. He dated Christina back in 05 and 06 and had their daughter in 2012. And of course, this custody battle. And if you want to look about the character and who John Mello is, I refer you back to Vanessa Cormelo's testimony. She testified that John Mello would do horrific things in relation to this custody battle. To her, to a lawyer who's representing a little girl as a guardian ad litem who's practicing law for 26 years. He would accuse her of horrific things, according to her. He would accuse her of trafficking children in Spartanburg. He would post things on social media ridiculing her. And that's how John Mello operated. That's how he operated. He used deceit by using fake emails. He used threats to try to get what he wanted. Mullen investigation. He sent those to Vanessa Carmelo. He sent an email pertaining to be a lawyer named Sophia Carlucci, according to Vanessa Carmelo. And she knew it was John Mello writing it because she's read so many emails from him, they matched up. So he's trying to gain a strategic advantage. John Mello and Zach Hughes were trying to harm Christina because John Mello had a custody problem. And the only way to solve it was murder. So Zach visits John for 3 weeks in June in Italy. So he met him for 5 times between August and October of 2020. They're having lots of conversations on the WhatsApp, and he's in 3 weeks in June in Italy. And it was a pretty important moment when Zach Hughes said, John Mello offered me $5,000 to kill Christina Parcell. John Mello offered me $10,000 to kill Christina Parcell. Now, of course, Zach said he wouldn't take that money. He would just do it for free. Because killing Christina Parcell is the right thing to do. So I submit that's when the plot to murder Christina Parcell began. That's kind of when this evolved. And I think they started with the photos, which were in June and July, but that wasn't going to carry any weight with anything. Interesting that a struggling pianist turned down $10,000. Do it for free. Especially of a person he's never met on behalf of a little girl he barely knows. Now, much of what Zach Hughes said, I believe, on that stand was true. I think a lot of it was a bunch of self-serving, narcissistic junk. Zach Hughes is trying to portray himself on that stand as a hero instead of the cold-blooded killer that he is. Ladies and gentlemen, we judge the defendant by their actions, not by their excuses or their words. Actions speak much louder than any self-serving lies from a sadistic, pathological killer like Zach Hughes. He murdered Christina Parcell, mother to Aida, sister to Tina Parcell, and daughter to Erica and Tim Parcell. Now, I've talked a lot about Vanessa Carmelo because she's a key witness, because that is the dispute that we're having, the custody battle. And she's in charge of making recommendations about who should get custody. Her job is to investigate the custodians. She stated that she investigated every allegation which were at Christina, which was involved in prostitution and drugs. She stated she would investigate every allegation, hire private investigators, put trackers on cars, meet with potential custodians, have home visits, and talk with the child constantly. So she's doing everything that she can possibly do. She even had allegations like Alex Fields. There's an affidavit that the defense submitted on Alex Fields, where he says that he was propositioned by Christina Parcell for sex and offered to sell him drugs. And he put in an affidavit. This was after John Mello put on Craigslist, you have any information about Christina Parcell that I know about? I'd like to know anything about. Who responds to a Craigslist ad about somebody and then sets an example of what they did at a bar? And for what purpose? Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not true. I have no idea. That's what Alex Field says. Really doesn't matter. While the defense wants to impugn the integrity of Christina Parcell as a justification for committing murder, so be it. If doing bad things means anyone can break into my house and stab me 35 times without retribution, then two things will happen. There'll be a lot of people stabbed to death, and I'll be out of a job, because all we'll have is vigilante justice in our system. But again, these are allegations that John Mello is making. He's looking for any dirt on Christina Parcell. Again, these are all allegations. Well, let's come to October. Vanessa Cormelo was getting close to making her decision. Who's going to get custody? Her investigation revealed that before Christina's murder, she would write a favorable report for Christina Parcell and a bad one. That's what Vanessa Cormelo said. In addition, it was almost 6 months since Aida had come home, and that's important. 6 months. Someone can file to terminate the parental rights of another. We were about to be 6 months. Zach Hughes said October was the time that he felt it was the time to kill her. Just felt it in his heart and his mind. And he tried on the 12th, did it on the 13th. That is important because it was getting close. John Mello's getting a bad report, and things aren't going to go his way. So he's got a problem. Now, if Christina Parcell is no longer around, he's the last man standing. He's going to get custody. So Zach admittedly decides to murder Christina Parcell. That was his intent. He bought a gun and a knife about a month before. It was weighing on his soul. His custody dispute's not going well. And so he entered into a lot of planning going into this murder, a ton of planning. And the state presented all of this evidence to you before he testified. But we know that Zach Hughes on the 12th was up at the Mountain House because his phone showed that he was up there. And while up there, he had his truck. And we know he put his bike in the back of the truck. And we know he parked it somewhere. And we know that he decided to park somewhere near Canebrake and ride his bike in there. And we didn't know, but we know that he knew the schedule of Christina Parcell that day because he said John Mello told him. So he gets in his truck, and I would submit he arrives around 7:42-ish to somewhere wherever he parked. We never learned exactly where he parked near Canebrake, but we know he parked somewhere there, and he rode his bike. Because at 7:42, we know from his phone that he plugs it in and unlocks it. And that's the last activity on his phone at that time. So he parks, maybe he plans, he thinks, and he gets on his bike and he drives in. And we know he drives in because he passes Donna Gorman's house. And Donna Gorman was an early witness from the state. And she did an identification of Zach Hughes from that witness stand. State was not expecting that. We had never shown her a photo lineup. We'd shown her a photo of the bike, of Zach on the bike from the ring cameras. But she had never seen Zach in person. And so we just left it. Now, we did wait until about 3 years after the murder before Donna Gorman told us that information. That is true. Riley Stokes talked to her that day, and he didn't have a copy of it. Master Deputy Wolf talked to her on the 19th, and he didn't show her a copy of the person on the bike. And so there was so much chaos going on, so many officers moving in so many directions, trying to find the evidence to solve this murder. It was just overlooked. And so when we went and talked to her, this was her testimony. And that's what we presented to this jury. She was right. She was right. The DNA proved it. Zach Hughes proved it. So Donna Gorman sees him, and she says this around 8:15-ish when he goes by. And then he goes to Christina Parcells' house. And my opinion is that he went and he hid under the bottom of the house. His testimony was different. He says different. He says that he got there and went straight in, dropped his bike, and went to the front door. We have a difference. Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe I'm wrong. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But I submit that he went and he waited. He had an hour to wait. Of course, he had an hour drive from the Mountain House all the way to Canebrake. You know what he could have done? He could have turned around. He could have done anything he wanted. He could have gone to the QT. He could have changed his mind. Had many opportunities to do that. He was committed. And so he went and he lied and he waited. And he waited for a time because he knew her schedule and he knew her car. He knew her address. That's in evidence. And he went and he decided to walk in the front door with roses as a ruse, according to his testimony, with a gun and a knife and a backpack, paint thinner so he could clean up afterwards. And he kills her. So let's see the moments before Christina Parcells is murdered. Zach Hughes, dressed as he said he was, gray sweatshirt, backpack, black pants, walks directly into that house. I can't see if he's carrying flowers. I know he was. I know he had flowers on him. And he walks in and he surprises Christina Parcells. Points a gun at her and hits her in the head with the gun. And then he stabs and he begins to stab and he begins to slash. And he begins to slash and he begins to stab and slash. Now think of the force needed to stab someone in the chest, stab them in the back, all over the head. And finally, and through all the fighting and the stabbing and the pushing, while Christina is fighting for her life, he finds the vulnerable spots, stabs her in the jugular and the carotid artery, causing her to bleed out. With blunt force trauma to the head, she has to be on the ground. Blood is everywhere, pulling around her dropped phone and the couch. But that's not enough. He drags her through her own blood to cover up the crime as he closes the curtains and locks the front door so he's not detected as droplets of blood fall from his blood-soaked clothes. She remains laying on that floor in her own blood with nothing but her blood-soaked scrubs and her wedding band that Brad Post gave her. But his sadistic actions are not over. I submit, ladies and gentlemen, those rose petals had a dual purpose. He may have used them as a ruse to get in and get inside the house so he could surprise Christina and gain that strategic advantage to murder her. But he also sprinkled them around. He sprinkled them around the house, on her purse, around, as some sort of sadistic, artistic sign that he thought was necessary. Then he had to keep in line with the allegations: prostitution and drugs. Put a bag of cocaine under a couch, under a chair, right down from her body. Killing her wasn't enough. Shaming her was the goal, too. This was not to save Aida. This was to help John Mello win his custody case. He never told us about the drugs either. Never mentioned those. So then the cover-up. So then, after you effectuate the crime, you commit it, then you got to clean up. You got to cover up. So he first had to cover up the scene. He had to worry about that DNA under her fingers. That DNA is key to this case. He had to wipe her fingers down with that paint thinner. He did not want to get caught. Pre-planned, and then really good exit strategy, cover up. Then he went back to the mountain house. Of course, we know he's there because his phone puts him there around 1:17. He connects to the Wynn Wi-Fi. The Wynns have a mountain house. He has access to it. Remember, it's real remote. I think Master Deputy Wolf said it's so remote you could walk around naked. Nobody would see you. Perfect place to clean up a crime scene like that. Can you imagine how soaked in blood his clothes were? Can you imagine how soaked in blood his car was? Can you imagine how soaked in blood his bike was? And he did. And he admitted it. Burned his clothes, ditched the knife and the gun in some pond, cleaned up everything, and he went back to Tyndall about his daily life. And that's what he said. I've mentioned Zach Hughes' testimony a lot. And I'm sorry that you had the unfortunate privilege of hearing the specific testimony of the killing of Christina Parcell by a cold-blooded, cold stone-faced killer trying to portray himself as a hero instead of the cold-blooded, calculating killer that he actually is. Only a person with a severely diminished sense of heroism, with a heart that is cold as ice, can portray that. The absurdity of many of his words and I'll reference a couple. I wanted to make her death quick and painless. This is what he said. When I was listening to that, it was hard for me to comprehend that someone is actually saying that at their trial to a jury. Do we say thank you? I appreciate it. Thank you for taking my pain into consideration as you murder me? What does that even mean? Well, I ask you this. Was it quick and painless when he hit her in the head with a gun? Was it quick and painless when he stabbed her the first time? Was it quick and painless when he stabbed her the second time? How about the 5th? The 10th? Maybe the 20th? He was being considerate. Maybe the 30th? How about the final 35th blow? And then, of course, I asked him one question. How'd you drag her body across the room? And he said, I don't really recall, but I think it was by her ankles. And he looked me in the eyes in a stone cold faced way. Told me the answer. Like he was proud of it. He said, I do not want anyone else to be involved. I waited till everyone was gone. Thanks. Appreciate that. Talking like he's doing us a favor. I wonder what would happen if a neighbor did come over. I wonder what would happen if Brad Post had showed up. I wonder what would happen if Tina Parcell had showed up. Would it be a double homicide so we could escape and escape detection? And of course, he was so calculated, he got her schedule that day from John Mello. And then he said, I didn't want to get caught because they would connect me to John Mello. Oh, okay. So if you didn't get caught, you've solved the custody problem. But if I did get caught, then I didn't solve the custody problem because then they would connect me to John Mello and he wouldn't get custody. Then he comes in here, testifies, connects John Mello. Doesn't make any sense. Now, he talked a good bit about his background. My understanding, he's a fantastic pianist, highly trained. But he went through his resume with an ego, letting you all know how great he really was. Military service. Playing these really difficult sonatas by Beethoven. I'm going to play all 16, never been done. But he described his sister Grace in great detail as well, for some reason. He said she was a horrific person when confronted with irrefutable evidence. She would go cold, stone-faced. She would manipulate and recruit others to do a terrible deed. If you trust Grace, you're only going to get hurt again. She was a vampire and would suck the blood right out of you. Maybe he's describing himself. He said, I feel pity for her. He felt pity for Christina Parcell. How was that even possible of a human being? His heart is so mean, so depraved, that he viewed someone he'd never met and discussed the specific details of killing her, treating her like she was an elderly dog being sent to the vet to be euthanized. It doesn't get any meaner than that. Christina Parcell didn't have to die. Zach Hughes had a million opportunities to not do this. And if he did it to save Aida, there's a million ways to handle that. Vigilante justice is not allowed in this state. Vigilante justice isn't allowed anywhere. Regardless of what Zach Hughes had in his mind or what he thinks he had into his heart, he's lying to himself. Because all he had was hate and meanness, coldness. He brutally murdered Christina Parcell. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long 2 weeks. I thank you for your service, and I thank you for listening to me. The evidence is absolutely overwhelming. I'm going to ask you to go back there and deliberate. I'm going to ask you to find Zach Hughes guilty of harassment, of burglary, of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, and murder. Thank you.
May I please report?
I get a little bit of water. I want to start with something that Mr. Wilkins said towards the beginning of his comments to you. He said, Zach Hughes solved John Mello's problems. Yesterday, Zach Hughes told you he solved Aida Mello's problems. That's what he told you yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to watch the state. You got to watch the evidence. Zach Hughes yesterday came in here and told you under oath that he killed Christina Parcell on October the 13th, 2021. He told you that. But contrary to what Mr. Wilkins just told you, killing somebody in and of itself is not a crime. Mr. Wilkins told you that he confessed to committing the crime. That is not the case. Yesterday, Zach Hughes told you that he killed Christina Parcell, but in doing that, he did not tell you or confess to any crime. And let me be clear, and let me tell you why I say that. Every crime, and the judge is going to tell you this in the instructions, every crime has two parts in general terms. The actus reus, which is the action, and the mens rea, which is what's in your mind, the intent that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's very important that you understand this from the get-go. He did not confess to a crime yesterday. He confessed to killing Christina Parcell, but that in and of itself does not make him guilty of murder. That's very important, okay? The first part of, or Mr. Wilkins had talked about how this case is unique. It is unique. And one of the unique parts about this case is that first part that I talked about, the actus reus, the action that's involved, there's very little dispute, if any. Zach admitted that he killed Christina Parcell, right? Where the dispute is, where the heart of this case is the evidence as to what was in Zach's heart, what was in Zach's mind that the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. It must be evidence that leaves you firmly convinced. It must be evidence that would cause you not to hesitate to act. Right? That's what they have to do. So the heart of this whole case, Mr. Wilkinson can talk about the blood, he can talk about the scene, he can talk about all these things. But the heart of this case is the intent, is the mens rea. What have they proven about Zach's intent? All right. Now, let's talk more about what the judge is going to charge on the law and what they have to prove about intent, about the mental side of this. All right. Zach has been charged with murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt malice. That is the intent, the knowledge, the mental part of murder. The state must also prove burglary in the first degree, that when he entered that home, he intended to commit a crime. In this case, murder. He intended to commit the crime, which means there was a crime he committed. For harassment, the state must prove that he sent those mailers, which he admitted to doing. He sent those mailers without a legitimate purpose. And for the conspiracy, the state must prove that he formed an agreement to do something illegal. That is the mental component to this. And again, that's the heart of the case. And Mr. Wilkins, in his opening statement, said, we have to prove the state beyond a reasonable doubt an angry heart, that Zach was mad. That's where this case, that's where the heart of this case is. What was Zach thinking? What has the state been able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt about what was in his heart and what was in his mind? Now, you're going to hear, the judge is going to talk to you about different types of evidence you can consider. He's going to talk to you about circumstantial evidence, which is evidence that an arrangement of facts, when put together, that lead to other facts or conclusions. That's circumstantial evidence. Judge is also going to tell you about direct evidence. Direct evidence is evidence that comes from people who perceived what happened, who with their senses derive knowledge about what happened. All right, that is direct evidence. The state has the burden of proof on the mental element, and the state is going to use circumstantial evidence. That's what they're going to use. We have no burden of proof whatsoever. We entered and are going to use both direct evidence and circumstantial evidence to explain what Zach's state of mind was on October the 13th, 2021. Now, what is the state going to do to try to prove what was in here, to try to establish the burden of the mental side? Again, it's more than just the acts. That's critically important. But what's the state going to use to prove the mental component to this? They're going to use the acts, and they're going to say, they're going to use the stab wounds, the photos. They're going to use all the actions that Zach testified to yesterday. That in and of itself is not a crime. And Mr. Wilkins, he talks about stab, and I wrote this down, stab, 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 slash, right? Got to watch. Got to be careful, right? This is a tragic case. Bottom line, someone died. The last thing I ever want to do is minimize the tragedy in this case. Not going to do it, all right? But when we come to talk to you about what happened, you have to have faith that what we are saying is balanced. Think about what Zach testified to and what Claire Rose testified to about Christina Parcell and what happened that day, right? Stab, 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 slash, slash, slash. Claire Rose testified Christina Parcell was 163 pounds. Zach testified that he was 160 pounds. Claire Rose testified that there were, of the 35 wounds, the vast majority were incised wounds. Superficial wounds, wounds that would have been consistent with a struggle. Zach told you that when he went inside, there was a struggle. He told you that they fell to the floor. He told you that when he got inside, his body would not do what he was telling it to do because he didn't want to do it. He did not want to have to do it. So let's talk about the circumstantial evidence that the state has offered as evidence to try to get you to understand what was in Zach's mind. The state talks about, and in determining how much weight to give to their representations about their conclusions on the circumstantial evidence, just think about this. Donna Gorman testified that 3 years after this happened, having never been shown a photo lineup, with Zach's face all over the television and the internet, that she says that she saw Zach. Now, here's what is most troublesome about this whole thing. She testified that she saw Zach at 8:15. That's what she testified to. She testified she saw Zach through 2 trees in her house, that he was wearing a hoodie, no evidence other than what she said about a hoodie. In fact, Zach said that he was wearing a hat or a smaller hat. There is no way that she could have seen Zach Hughes at 8:15, because by the state's own evidence, with the ring cameras, with investigator Sparkman, the state's own evidence, Zach didn't even get there until after 9 o'clock. So when he says, Donna Gorman, she saw him, it's impossible that she saw him the way she said, because she said 8:15 by their own admission, by their own evidence. Zach didn't even get there until after 9 o'clock. Think about that. In determining how much weight to give to their spin on the circumstantial evidence, think about investigator Sparkman, right? Called him as a witness and showed him reams of WhatsApp messages. These messages were garbled, but he had a unique skill. I don't know if he went to WhatsApp school, but he spoke fluent WhatsApp, right? And he was asked to decode all of these messages for you as though you couldn't have done it yourself. But what's the most interesting thing about what he said in the WhatsApp messages, there was one message that he was not able to decode, coincidentally. The message that had the words Aida and doomed. That was the only message he could not uncode for some reason. Think about that. In trying to determine how much weight to assign to the state's conclusions or their spin on the evidence, think about Vanessa Cormelo and what she testified to. Mr. Wilkins talked about how she was doing everything she could during this period to uncover it. Really interesting, and the judge is going to tell you this. You can determine or decide how much weight to give to testimony. You can give it a lot of weight, you can give it a little weight, you can give it no weight. I want you to think about how much weight to assign to the state's conclusions and that testimony, because I want to take you to one specific exchange between Jake Hofferth and Vanessa Cormelo. Jake Hofferth asked Ms. Cormelo, prior to October the 13th, 2021, and he said this, and they've said this throughout this entire case, prior to the murder of Christina Parcell, which is for you to decide and you to decide alone. Prior to October 13th, 2021, did you have a recommendation as to where Aida Mello should live? In other words, would you have had a recommendation as to whether or not she lived with her mother? And what was Vanessa Cormelo's answer to that? And you can hear this for yourself. At the time, I would have recommended the mom. At the time. There was no follow-up to talk about other times. Can you trust that evidence? Very important. That's the circumstantial evidence. Now, let's talk about the direct evidence that you received from Zach himself as to why he did what he did. He got on that stand, he told you. Let's talk about the direct evidence. He talked about what he knew, what he was told by John Mello. That was part of it. He talked about that. But contrary to what Mr. Wilkins said, he had a lot of other information besides just what John Mello told him. He had a deposition that Christina Parcells gave under oath in July of 2016. And you remember I asked him, after you read that deposition, what did you believe about Christina Parcells? What did you believe? He said he believed that she was engaged in prostitution. He said he believed that she had participated in a pornographic movie. He said that he believed that she had used drugs after reading that deposition. Another document that Zach got, Alex Fields' affidavit. Now, this is very important to consider about this. This entire case, the state has worked very hard to distance Christina Parcells from the escort website. And they've made these conclusions just because they want to. Despite the fact that there are website addresses on those photographs, they have insisted that those photographs were private photographs, were taken by John Mello and then somehow put on the internet by John Mello, that she had nothing to do with that, right? Think about this. And this is an evidence for you to consider. The Alex Fields affidavit, it has one page on the front, which is what he said, that they met randomly at Hall's in 2018, that she propositioned him for sex and drugs in exchange for money. He turned that down. But in the second page of the affidavit for Alex Fields, John Mello, in that advertisement, said, if you know this woman, her name is Christina Parcells, and then he puts the Caroline Warren alias in that ad. Right? Here's the question for you to consider. If he didn't think that she really and truly went by Caroline Warren online, why would he put Caroline Warren's name in an ad for people to respond to? Why would he include that if he did not think that may trigger someone who had seen her site? Why would he do that? I would submit to you, he put her name on that ad because she was Caroline Warren, and he was hopeful that someone who had seen the ad or used the ad would recognize the picture and contact him. That's the only reason why that makes sense. Let's talk about the other evidence, and let's talk about the elephant in the room. Let's just talk about that Mr. Wilkins discussed, the planning, right? Let's talk about that. Zach was very honest when he testified about the planning. He told you in detail what he did. In a lot of cases, planning can be good evidence in a lot of cases. As Mr. Wilkins said, this is a very unique case. And probably one of the most unique aspects about this case is that the person who Zach believed posed the danger was the mother to her own child. Think about that. This isn't where you're home and an intruder comes in, you don't know, and it's a spur of the moment. This isn't a random interaction or difficulty. This is what Zach believed. This is a mother, the person who's charged with caring for your child. Most importantly, the person of all on the whole planet who is supposed to be the most nurturing. This is the person who is doing this to the child. The person who lives with the child, the evidence was the person who shared a room with the child, the person who's with the child all the time. So in a situation like that, where you have a belief that's grounded on documents, that's grounded on information shared with you over many, many months, when you have that belief, how do you alleviate that threat, the threat from the mom, without thinking through how to do it? How do you do that? And so I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the planning in this case, unlike most any other case, doesn't show malice because the mom was the threat. The mom was the one who posed the danger. Mr. Wilkins talked a lot about this was just interjecting the custody, just get John custody, get him custody, right? If this was all about the custody, why would Zach have waited so long to do it? Right? Part of it, he was in a process. Part of it, he was working on this music project. But the other part is Aida and John were separated for half a year. Right? If Zach wanted to fix it to solve John's problem, he would have done it much sooner. But the reason why it took so long is that Zach agonized over it. What do I do? Over time, he continued to get information. What do I do? He didn't want to do it. If he wanted to do it, he would have done it right away. And he told you that when he testified. He told you in detail about that day. He told you about it. About when he woke up, he drove to that location and he thought he was going to throw up. He told you about his hand shaking. He told you about when he got out and got on his bike, it was one pedal in front of the other, just trying to make it there. He told you about this, and you saw him testify. He's, contrary to what Mr. Wilkins said, he doesn't think he's a hero. He's never asked that. He did what he believed he had to do to save an innocent child. That's what he did. That's why it's more than just the action. He hasn't confessed to any crime. He told you what he did. And he told you the truth about what he did. If Mr. Wilkins talked about solving John's problem, right? And he intimated in his closing that an aspiring or starving, I can't remember what word he used, pianist would turn down $10,000. Interesting. As though to say he didn't turn it down. There's no evidence anywhere that John Mello ever paid him a dime to do this. None. Gotta watch the state, ladies and gentlemen. Lot of in the state's closing, lot of moral indignation. That, what do you mean try to be humane? Who can say that? How does that even mean, right? I was not in Zach's shoes. Nobody was in Zach's shoes but Zach. Nobody was. None of us has been in a circumstance where we have reason to believe an innocent child is being abused by her own mother, where her father is out of the country, the evidence is shown, with a warrant pending, can't come back. When you write an affidavit to try to put the authorities on notice as to what you believe is happening, when you call DSS and DSS does nothing, none of us have been presented with that circumstance. Mr. Wilkins said, we can't condone vigilante justice. That's what he said. He said, if you find him not guilty, I'm going to be out of a job, right? it's really interesting. The state wants you to be a legislature and make decisions for the people of the state in law and order. But they don't want you to be a jury when it comes to deciding how the law applies to the facts. Because they just want you to assume he's already confessed to it, he's guilty of a crime. They use the word murder throughout, which is a legal phrase, which is an offense that you have to find. So they want you to speak for the people of the whole state, but they don't want you to really look at the evidence. And that's what we're asking for. That's just what we're asking for. Mr. Wilkins said he could have done other things. This didn't have to happen. Okay. The judge will not instruct you that Zach Hughes had a burden to exhaust all remedies, to try everything he could to do. He tried a lot. He wrote the affidavit, went to DSS, did a lot of different things, but there's absolutely no requirement. We have no burden whatsoever. Just to continue to remind you that we have no burden whatsoever. The burden is on the state, and there's no burden whatsoever for me as Zach Hughes' representative to try to prove to you that he exhausted every remedy. That's just not what the law says, and you don't need to prove. You don't need to even consider that. The evidence is that Zach tried, and when everything failed, that's when he acted to do what he thought was right, and that is, and was, to save Aida Mello. Ladies and gentlemen, the state talked about the mailers, and I don't envy your task. I don't at all. It's a tall task. But I do think the mailers, this piece of the case is a little bit easier for you to resolve, and let me tell you why. The judge is going to tell you that for it to be harassment, a couple things have to happen. First, the person who was the target of the harassment, in this case, Christina Parcell, who's alleged in the indictment, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she actually suffered mental distress, and that a reasonable person would have done so in that circumstance. But there has to be evidence that she actually suffered distress, mental distress. There is almost zero evidence that she actually experienced mental distress in this case, right? Let me talk more about that in specifics. There were at least 3 people who testified for the state who were with her when she gave the letters, those envelopes to law enforcement. At least 3 people: Brad Post, Dan Bevel, Mike Nicholson. Did any of those people testify that she was remotely upset? Any of those people say that she cried? Any of those people say that she was shaking? Any of those people say that she had made statements that led them to believe she was upset? Zero evidence that shows, or that even comes close to proving, that Christina Parcell was upset. And if anything, the evidence you've seen that has been introduced with nude photos of Christina Parcell online, with Alex Fields' affidavit, I think the evidence shows took a lot to get her upset or be in mental distress. So I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, on the harassment charge, that's something that you could go to initially and think about that evidence. And based on your recollection of the evidence, if you find that there's no evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was in mental distress, then that's your answer on that charge right there. It's the state's burden of proof on each and every element. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the state has brought us here. And They've brought the charges that you are to consider. They've decided what to charge, and they have brought us here on these specific charges. And the charges they brought, specifically the charge of murder, is among the most serious charges there is. Doesn't get any more serious than that. Murder, the charge of murder, in contrast to what the state's position is, requires more than the act of killing another person. It requires malice. Malice is defined, and the judge is going to define this for you, as evil, as hatred. In his opening statement, Mr. Wilkins told you an angry heart, mad. Ladies and gentlemen, I would submit to you that the evidence in this case has failed to show you that you should be firmly convinced that Zach Hughes had hatred. You can be shown pictures and talked all about the acts, but when it comes to what he was thinking, what the evidence shows that was in his heart, that evidence hasn't come close. Ladies and gentlemen, in hindsight, 3 years after this happened, it's very fair for you to say this didn't happen, or this didn't have to happen, or disagree, I wouldn't have done that. Some of you may say you would have, some of you may say you wouldn't. That's fair. Bottom line. Can't say otherwise. But no matter what no matter what your take on what he did, I think it's so important that we rely on your common sense. And that was one of the things that Mr. Wilkins talked about early on, that how important your common sense is that you bring with you. And so in closing, I'm going to ask that you use your common sense that you brought with you to the courthouse and just ask yourself, does a person who kills another person with the intent to save an innocent child, does that person have evil in their heart? Does that person have an angry heart? Ladies and gentlemen, I would suggest to you that your common sense would tell you no. And that person who killed another to save an innocent child is not a murderer. I would ask that you return a not guilty verdict. Thank you very much.
Please, the court.
Now the state has an opportunity to rebut. And I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be brief so y'all can get to your deliberations. I do want to address a couple of issues. I want to make very clear in this record, there is zero evidence of any kind of abuse. Not for witness, not from any evidence. Mr. Mormon said you got to have some emotional distress from the harassment charges. Christina Parcell had a bunch of neighbors receive pictures of her without clothes on, private photos between her and John Mello. And so what did she do? Immediately, Brad Post corralled them all up, took some from neighbors so they didn't see them, and she went to the police. Going to the police without emotional distress is not something that you see very often. Mr. Mormon talked about not trying to minimize this case. Minimize the killing of Christina Parcell. Minimizing the heinousness of this crime while trying to impugn her character. He talked about malice, and he said that you got to have an angry heart. He kept referring to me. I said, an angry heart, malice. So you're mad at somebody. And I'll leave you with this. Ladies and gentlemen, in regards to an angry heart, just because Zachary Hughes' heart is so cold and so dead that it can't be angry, that is not a defense. You prove it by his actions. Thank you.
Members of the jury, it is now my duty as the trial judge to instruct you on the law applicable to this case. And in that regard, it is your duty.
Okay, I'm going to pause it for just a second because I want to talk about these closings. Well, so first off, the state, I feel like they did a terrible job. I feel like he needs a lot of work on his closing. There's trigger words to me, and I'm sure there is to you guys too, and they may be different. But when they use words like manipulated or anything along like those lines in regards to law enforcement, I don't think it's a good look for a prosecutor, like ever, to say that law enforcement manipulated anything. For the good of the case, for the bad of the case, I just think there's trigger words like that, and I think he did a terrible job. Now, the defense attorney actually did a better job, but I think that guy's scuzzy, and I think that I think that this. Maybe he believes like some of you guys believe, and he thinks that Zach, he did this out of the goodness of his heart because he wanted to save the child. Maybe he actually believes that. I don't know. But to say like he knew this whole time that he had done it, and then they don't come forward and actually ever say that he did it and try to like put everybody behind bars that was involved in it, I think it's also kind of weird. But he did a better job on the closing. Now, the next part's my personal opinion, and I agree. I agree that we can all disagree. Absolutely. I don't care about people's opinions in one case or another. You guys know this about me. We're going to watch other cases. We're going to agree. And then the other ones of us are going to disagree. Miku's not here today, but we typically agree on every case we've watched together until this one. So am I going to just never, ever speak to Miku's headphones again? That's just silly to me. My opinion is you have to look at the evidence of what Zach knew, what he knew for fact prior to committing the crime. I feel like, Mav, bullshit. I feel like because we have this other information post-crime that we're using it in his defense, and for me, I feel like they have to be very separate because he didn't have any access to that information. He didn't know that was happening. I said this yesterday on the stream too. If this had been Mello who actually did this, I would buy more into this defense. But this rando dude who doesn't have proof of anything, and even his own defense attorneys literally say he thinks she's a prostitute and that she's using drugs, therefore he's essaying her daughter. That's what his defense attorney said in the motion that they submitted 2 days ago. Well, Kate, we know that he testified to that, and we know his defense attorneys in motions have stated that. Nobody has stated otherwise. So I guess for me, if everybody is on the same page with that and they're all saying that, I don't know why I wouldn't believe them. They're all saying that he didn't know, that he only heard from Mello. He had not seen pictures. Nobody had seen any of those pictures that is involved in this case outside of the people who were participating in them. I absolutely think Mello used him so he didn't get his hands dirty. That's why Mello stayed in Italy and didn't bother to come back. And then used the excuse, well, I can't come back because there's a warrant out for my arrest. Well, there only is a warrant out for your arrest because you didn't come back. Like, you could have come back. So the other thing is, and I was thinking about this last night, and they actually brought it up in the closings, and so I want to say it. I think I put it in chat earlier, but we're talking about like Zach doing certain things to try to protect the child, but instead he just goes straight to killing her. He wrote to the guardian ad litem in September of 2021, approximately a month before murder. And he does not tell the guardian ad litem about the SA or CSAM. He tells the guardian ad litem that in his opinion, that the daughter is better off in her father's care. I mean, I can tell you exactly what it says. No, I can't tell you exactly what it says, but I can tell you the consensus of what it says. That the daughter needed to be with Mello for her own good. Now he calls DSS, is what it's called in South Carolina. He calls them end of September, beginning of October, and he says he's a neighbor and he wants to report that she's being abused, and he wants them to investigate it. The defense says that they didn't do anything. Well, within 13 days, he kills her. So I don't know how much time they really had to do anything. So for all of this time that he's thinking of, it's weighing on him that he needs to kill her or not kill her, and he's praying about it. According to his own testimony, he doesn't do anything about this abuse that he is suspecting or that Mello's telling him about. He does nothing about it until a few weeks before he kills her. And I just want you guys to think about the timeline on that. He goes, he buys a gun for the purposes of this, and that was his testimony. He already owned a gun. He went to a gun show and bought a specific gun for the purposes of killing her, because that was what he originally wanted to do, because he didn't want it to be inhumane, right? That's what he says. Like he didn't want it to be inhumane. So a month before the murder, he goes, buys the gun, buys a knife at the same gun show, all with the purpose, makes a silencer, right? Yeah, makes a silencer because he's test firing it. He goes out and he buys paint thinner. He buys the gloves. We already know that he's bought the hat from before when he was going to be doing the drop off of the envelopes. So he goes out and buys all these supplies before he's even contacted anybody to do anything. Just let that sink in for just a second. This guy who's going to do anything he can to protect this child, doesn't do anything except for buy weapons to kill the child's mother. So, and I get it. I get that everything we find out later and everything we've read is horrendous. But take it back to the day of October 13th, 2021, and what Zach did or didn't know, and what Zach had done and had not done to protect the child to that point. Mello did not testify. Mello is arrested, and based on Zach's testimony yesterday. This isn't a last option. I think that's my whole point, is there were so many other things that he could have done and chose not to do. He chose to go this route. He chose to kill her. Now, I'm going to go back to my opinion here, and I'm going to tell you guys, I think this guy wanted to kill somebody. I think that he had wanted to kill Grace probably for a very long time. joins the military and purposely wants to go into the infantry level when he's qualified to do other things and they're offering him other positions. And he's like, no, I want to be in infantry. He's bored playing piano. He says it. I was bored. I wasn't, I was lackluster. So I wanted to do something different. He never said that. He said he didn't want to be in the band. He also didn't want to be an officer. He said he wanted to be in infantry. That's what he said. He didn't want to be an officer. He wanted to be in infantry. I just feel like this was a situation that he was happy to be in. That he was like, okay, I want, this is what I've been looking for. He's got this collection of knives. Somebody else in chat, tell me if I'm misremembering it. That he didn't say he wanted to be in infantry. If I'm misremembering it, then I'll totally take it back. But that's my memory of yesterday's testimony. Yeah, I think Zach is off his rocker. I absolutely do. And I think that Mello, being the master manipulator narcissist that he is, recognized that. He did say it. Okay. Adopting 5 children is a Herculean task. Everything changed for Zach. Nothing was the way he and his parents had imagined. Right. The short time he was involved with Mello and Aida, it wasn't his responsibility to solve this situation. He inserted himself with his own agenda. That's what I think. I think that he was like, okay, thank you, Mav. If I'm wrong, I won't say anything. If we don't hear from Mav, we know that I was right. Mike, I just want to make sure that I was right, but I think so. Yeah, he chose the Marines because of the mental and the physical challenges. I remember he said they offered him officer because of his score, and he said he wanted to stay in infantry to give something back to the country. Yeah, he didn't say he wanted to kill people. That's not what he said. I'm saying that after he said he wanted to be in infantry. Just clarification on that. I think that it was an opportunity for him. And I think that I guess because the CSAM stuff doesn't come out until later, for me, I just go back to what his attorneys and he said was that he thought she was a prostitute, he thought she was on drugs, and then there was the email sent from one of Mello's friends to Mello, which we don't even know if Mello said that. We don't even know if Mello sent that to himself. He absolutely could have, because I put nothing past that guy, and he had like 15,000 emails. The email to Mello where he said that the guy said that Post was trying to have the biker gang kill Mello, and that Post was into child porn. Let me see. Okay, let me see what you got. Hey, Sniper. My ASVAB scores could have let me pick any job in the Army. I chose infantry as well, but I went to the recruiter's office 3 weeks after 9/11. Left college on a full ride soccer scholarship. Damn, Sniper. You badass. 3 weeks after 9/11. You were like, I'm gonna fucking take care of some shit right now for our country. We were only saying the first thing that popped into our heads. Right. That was the first thing that popped into my head. Don says he did say that, but I'm a USMC vet, and there are a lot of people who choose infantry specifically because it's the only job you can't do as a civilian. Because it's the only job you can't do as a civilian? Like, I don't know what that means. Sniper is a badass. And thank you guys for your service, all of you. I think if we're looking at things up to October 13th. I think that there's a lot in his mind of that was the type of training he wanted, I think. I just do. I don't know how. I don't know. That's like I said, that's my opinion. You guys absolutely can disagree with me. Cool. But on a positive note, that little girl is away from all of them now. Well, I'm still struggling with that because where is she? Where is she? Is she put is she in the custody of the state? Because that could go badly too. Is she in the custody of the older sister? Well, the older sister is raised by Mello. So is that a good thing? And she was in contact with Hughes too, before and after the murders. Okay, I think I understand that now. Okay, thank you, Law Junkie. Matt, he said he was interested in infantry. Well, yeah, I mean, he doesn't last. He leaves due to his stress fractures. He's barely in there a few months. See, the only reason I feel sure that he was unaware is because it's never been said in the motions that we've gone through all the major motions regarding the CSAM. We've gone through the hearings regarding the CSAM, and none of them have ever stated that he knew about the CSAM. None of them. Like, it should come in because Zach, like when they're fighting to get it in, the defense is fighting to get it into the trial. Nobody is saying Zach saw these pictures on July 12th and he knew that he needed to do something. They've never ever said that. If he saw him, I just don't know why you would ever not tell anybody that you saw him, because then you could bring it in to information that's known prior to the crime. And part of the reason they keep it out is because it's evidence found after the fact. Yeah, we're going to watch it, Percocent, so. Okay. What did Don end up? Did I read Don's comment? Most jobs in the military have civilian counterparts. Like I was embarcation. I don't know, embarkation. I don't know how to say that correctly, I don't think. And I could do that at FedEx. Okay, I think I understand what you guys are saying now. I pray it never happens again too. Yeah, we'll watch Mello as soon as we're done with this. It's only a few minutes long, so it won't take long to watch.
As jurors to accept and apply the law as I now state it to you. Furthermore, it is your exclusive duty to decide all the issues of fact in this case and determine the effect, the value, the weight, and the truth of the evidence. All the parties have the right to expect that you will carefully consider and evaluate the evidence and apply the law of the case to it so that in the end, all parties will receive a fair and an impartial trial. I remind you that during this trial, you and I have certain duties to perform. As the trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the trial of this case, and I also have the duty to rule on the admissibility of the evidence offered during this trial. You are to consider only the competent evidence before you. If there was any testimony ordered stricken from the record during this trial, you must disregard that testimony. And furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard in the deliberation room. You are to consider only the testimony which has been presented from this witness stand, any exhibits which have been made a part of the record in this case, and any stipulations of counsel. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable to this case. As the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law of this case, and it is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now state it to you. If you already have any idea as to what the law is or what the law ought to be, and it does not agree with what I now tell you the law is, you must abandon this idea because you are sworn to accept the law and apply the law exactly as I state it to you. In every case tried in this court before a jury, the jury becomes the sole and exclusive judge of the facts in a case. A trial judge cannot intimate, state, comment on, or make any statement to a trial jury about the facts in a case. Since you, the jury, are the sole judge of the facts in this case, you are not to infer from what I have said during this process or during the progress of this trial in ruling upon the admissibility of evidence or otherwise, or anything that I say now during this course of this instruction to you, that I have any opinion about the facts in this case. The law does not allow me to have an opinion about the facts in this case. This is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. And as jurors, it is your duty to determine the effect, the value, the weight, and the truth of the evidence presented during this trial. The defendant is charged with the following: murder, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, burglary, first degree, conspiracy, and harassment, first degree. I remind you that the fact the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in this case is not evidence in this case and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt in this case, nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. These documents are simply the formal instruments which contain the charges made against the defendant. It is the formal documents by which this case is brought into this court. The indictments in this case allege several different offenses against the defendant. Each indictment charges a separate and distinct offense, and you must decide each indictment separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged. You will be asked to write a separate verdict of guilty or not guilty for each indictment. The defendant has pled not guilty to these indictments, and that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is an important rule of the law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be,
If it's too
will
fast,
always
let
be
me know.
presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until and unless you reach a verdict of guilt based on evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not mere legal theory, and it is not just a legal phrase. It is a substantial right to which every defendant is entitled unless you, the jury, are satisfied for the evidence of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true, such as by the greater weight or preponderance of the evidence. In criminal cases, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you're firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. Facts and circumstance that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the accused. Facts and issue may be proved either by direct evidence or indirect evidence or circumstantial evidence. It is direct evidence if it proves a fact without an inference, and which in itself, if true, conclusively establishes that fact. Direct evidence is basically evidence you can see, observe, or hear with your senses. Circumstantial evidence means the proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. In other words, you may infer that a particular event occurred based on proof of circumstances warranting such an inference. It is not something that one observes, but from facts, one can draw a conclusion. Crimes may be proven by circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, all of the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden rests with the state, regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. The following things are not evidence, and you must not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case. 1, statements and arguments of the attorneys. 2, questions and objections of the attorney. And 3, testimony that I instruct you to disregard. While argument of counsel is a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence. In presenting arguments, counsel often refer to evidence. However, you should base your verdict on the evidence as you remember it. Therefore, if there are any conflicts between the recollection of counsel about the evidence and your own recollection, you should rely upon your own understanding of the evidence. Necessarily, you must determine the credibility of witnesses who have testified in this case. Credibility simply means believability. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine which evidence convinces you of its truth. In determining the believability of witnesses who have testified in this case, you may believe one witness over several witnesses or several witnesses over one witness. You may believe a part of the testimony of a witness and reject the remaining part of the testimony of that same witness. You may believe the testimony of a witness in its entirety or reject the testimony of a witness in its entirety. You may consider whether any witness has exhibited to you any interest, any bias, prejudice, or other motive in this case. You may also consider the appearance and manner of a witness while on the witness stand. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions, and an exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witnesses. A witness who by education and experience has become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state an opinion as to relevant and material matter in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence in this case, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert witness is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of other witnesses simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion, even though it's not contradicted. There's been evidence presented that witnesses have made prior statements which are not consistent with the witness's present testimony. You may use this evidence to decide whether to believe the witness. You may also use evidence of the earlier contradictory statements to determine the truth of those statements. It is up for you to decide whether to believe the earlier statements or the testimony given at trial. If a witness is shown to have knowingly testified untruthfully concerning any material matter, you may consider this in determining whether to trust the witness's testimony as to other matters. You may reject all testimony of that witness or give all or part of the testimony the weight you think it deserves. In order to establish criminal liability, criminal intent is required. For example, the mental state required to be proven by the state for a particular crime might be purpose, intent, knowledge, recklessness, or criminal negligence. Criminal intent must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, and criminal intent is always a matter that must be determined by the jury from the circumstances surrounding the situation. There's no way to prove intent to a mathematical certainty. There's no way medical science can dissect a person's brain and determine what the person had in mind. So the law says that criminal intent may be inferred from the circumstances shown to have existed. And this is how you make a determination of whether or not the elements requiring intent was present. It is not necessary to establish intent by direct and positive evidence, but intent may be established by inference in the same way as any other fact by taking into consideration the acts of the parties and all the facts and circumstances of the case. Criminal intent is a mental state, a conscious wrongdoing. It is up to you to determine what the defendant intended to do based on the circumstances shown to have existed. Criminal intent can arise from action or a failure to act. It may arise from negligence, recklessness, or an indifference to duty or to consequences that is considered by the law to be the equivalent of criminal intent. The defendant is charged with murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be either expressed or inferred, and these terms express and inferred do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, any acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. The defendant is charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, and the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was in possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of a violent crime. A firearm means any machine gun, automatic rifle, revolver, pistol, or any weapon which is designed to or may be readily converted to expel a projectile. In order to find the defendant guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, you must first find the defendant guilty of committing a violent crime. Murder is a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the weapon furthered, advanced, or helped in the commission of the crime. The defendant is also charged with first-degree burglary. The state must first prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant entered a dwelling without consent. A dwelling is any building or portion of a building in which a person ordinarily sleeps. A building is a dwelling even if the residents are temporarily absent from the building. In order to prove that the defendant entered the dwelling, the state does not have to show that the defendant's entire body entered the dwelling. The smallest entry is sufficient. It may be any part of the body, such as a hand or foot, or even an instrument, such as a hook or other instrument. In addition, the state does not have to prove that force was used to gain entry. If a person enters a building by using deception, artifice, trick, or misrepresentation to get consent to enter, this is an entry without consent. Next, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to commit a crime, either a felony or a misdemeanor, at the time of the entry. The mere entry into a dwelling without consent is not burglary. If the intent to commit a crime is formed after the entry, it is not burglary. On the other hand, if the defendant intended to commit a crime at the time of the entry, it is a burglary, even if the intent was abandoned after the entry. It does not matter that the intended crime was not completed. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. Finally, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one of the following aggravating circumstances, such as 1, when entering while in the dwelling or in immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice caused physical injury to anyone not participating in the crime. Or 2, when entering while in the dwelling or in immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice used or threatened to use a dangerous object. Or 3, when entering while in the dwelling or in immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice displayed what was or appeared to be a knife, pistol, revolver, rifle, shotgun, machine gun, or other firearm. Or 4, when entering while in the dwelling or in the immediate flight, the defendant or an accomplice was armed with a deadly weapon or explosive. A deadly weapon is any article, instrument, or substance which is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Whether an instrument has been used as a deadly weapon depends on the facts and the circumstances of each case. The following are examples of instruments which may be deadly weapons: a pistol, a shotgun, a rifle, a dirk, a dagger, a knife, a slingshot, metal knuckles, a razor, gasoline, a firebomb, Molotov cocktail, and lighter fluid. A gun may be a deadly weapon, even if it is not operating. The defendant is charged with conspiracy. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant combined with one or more persons for the purpose of committing an unlawful act or of committing a lawful act by unlawful means. There must be a mutual understanding, agreement, or common intention and plan. Mere passive knowledge of or consent to the criminal conduct of another is not enough to make a person a conspirator. There must be guilty knowledge and participation. Similarly, the mere fact that the defendant may have associated with another person or met with another person to discuss common aims and interests does not necessarily establish proof of the existence of a conspiracy or that the defendant was involved in a conspiracy. On the other hand, it is not necessary that the agreement be a formal one, that it be in writing, that the person hold a meeting and expressly state in the terms of the common plan, or that the agreement be stated in words between them. The agreement of a criminal conspiracy may come into being through an implied mutual understanding. The willful, intentional, and knowing adoption by 2 or more persons of a common plan is sufficient. No overt acts need to be shown to establish a conspiracy. A conspiracy may be shown by circumstantial evidence and the conduct of the parties. In order to convict the defendant of conspiracy, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt not only that the defendant knew of the unlawful conduct, but that the defendant agreed to combine with the other person for the purpose of accomplishing the unlawful conduct. The defendant is charged with harassment first degree. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntary. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment first degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of 1, following the targeted person as the targeted person moved from location to location; 2, initiating, maintaining, or repeating visual, physical, or verbal conduct after the defendant was notified that the contact was unwanted; 3, surveilling or the maintaining a presence near the targeted person's residence, place of work, school, or another place regularly occupied by the targeted person; or 4, committing vandalism and property damage. These are only examples of harassment first degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment first degree. A pattern means 2 or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. If you find the defendant not guilty of harassment first degree, you may consider whether the defendant is guilty of harassment second degree. A defendant is guilty of harassment in the second degree if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of the targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntarily. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment second degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of verbal, written, or electronic contact that is initiated, maintained, or repeated. These are only examples of harassment second degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment second degree. A pattern means 2 or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. Electronic contact means any transfer of signs, writings, images, sounds, data, intelligence, or information of any nature transmitted in whole or in part by any device, system, or mechanism, including, but not limited to, a wire, radio, computer, electromagnetic, photoelectric, or photo-optical system. In determining the guilt or innocence of the defendant, you cannot consider any possible penalty for any particular crime. The punishment for the crimes is a matter for me to determine and should never be considered by you in any way whatsoever in arriving at an impartial verdict as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Madam Foreperson and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I wish to express the hope that each of you will be mindful of the importance of your responsibility. You're not called upon to serve as jurors very often, and the proper performance of the duty requires each of you to reach the height of freeing your mind of all improper influences. As the presiding officer of this court, I am vitally concerned that whatever verdict you find will be the result of your going into the jury room and confining your consideration to the evidence and the law that you have heard in this courtroom. Weighing it fairly and impartially, as I have every confidence you will do. Your verdict in this case cannot be based on sympathy, compassion, prejudice, or emotion, or some other consideration not found in the evidence. Remember, your verdict must be unanimous. I will now explain the verdict form and possible verdicts. There are 2 pages to the verdict form, and this will go back with you to your jury room. Once you have received that, you'll be instructed at that point to begin deliberation. There are 2 possible verdicts for each charge, which you may find in this case, and there's no significance whatsoever in the order in which I state these possible verdicts. It is simply that one must be stated first. Ladies and gentlemen, your verdict must be a unanimous one. Madam Foreperson, when the jury agrees on the verdict, you will write the verdict on this verdict form and then sign your name as foreperson. Then knock on the jury room door and inform the bailiff that you have reached a verdict. At that time, we will receive you back into the courtroom. Madam Foreperson, if the jury has any questions, please write the questions on a piece of paper, not the verdict form, and give to the bailiff. Everyone needs to be present when deliberating. If one of you takes a restroom break, then the rest of you should pause deliberations until said person returns. I ask that you now return to your jury room, but do not begin deliberations until you are told by the clerk or the bailiff to do so. There are matters that I must discuss with the attorneys before you begin your deliberations, and if my 4 alternates will remain in the courtroom.
All right, so jury's going to be off to deliberate. I guess we'll let me go live. Let me get to the live on this and then mute it, and then I'll put this over here on the other screen. Why we talk about some other things. Yeah, Sniper. As soon as you get it set up, I'd be happy to come on with you. I don't know if you plan on doing like pre-recorded stuff, or if you are going to do lives. Either way, whatever you want to do, I'd be happy to help any way I can. So if you want to do the live that we were going to do during trial, I'm very excited for you to have a channel. So I think the information that you provide just in chat is amazing. So I think it's going to be great. But it is nerve-wracking. I mean, I get nervous. So I can see, I know the first time is get a little nervous. So what time is it in South Carolina? 3:52. Wait, it's 1:50, or it's 12:50 here. It's 4:50? No, it's 3:50, right? Absolutely, Sniper. I'd love to. You just let me know. You let me know when, and then I'll share it out. And I know the Delphi peeps would love to hear all that because we had talked about doing it prior. So we can definitely do it. Okay, so this is on Pretty Lies and Alibis. This is Mello's bond hearing from last night. So it's kind of intriguing. It's not super long. Let me actually change the speed. Oh, it's normal speed. Okay, so it's not super long, but it's super interesting. And then I'm going to play her recap from yesterday too, because that was really good as well.
I see you. I'm just curious. Oh, okay. I just never heard of you before, so that's. Okay. I'm taking notes for my brain. All right, here we go.
So Silly Goose Egg says, wild thing is, this is very similar to the Maddie Jen Soto case. Most people are ready to burn Jen alive at the stake. And in this case, someone did, but he's wrong. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I don't agree, really, because I think I have a lot of questions about what Jen Soto knew and didn't know. And I guess it's similar. I could see where you're going. I could see where you're going with it. It's similar in the fact that people here are questioning what did Zach know and what did Zach not know. I guess for me, I just don't feel like Zach knew anything about it. I think that I put this example in chat earlier, but I'm going to switch it up a little bit. So I put the example in here, like if I came on here and I told you guys that my husband was essaying one of my children, does that give you the right to come to my house and murder my husband? Because you now believe everything I've told you. So that was my example. And somebody in chat, I think it was Law Junkie, actually was like, no, I would trust that you would take care of it. And you're absolutely right. If I knew that would to be the case, I'd kill my own husband. But that's a different story. And in no way, shape, or form is that happening in my house. So I guess for anybody who has a child with somebody that they're no longer with, think of it like if your ex went to their friends and said you were doing harm to your child, would it be okay that they come and take you out? Because your ex told them you were doing something to your child. Did not prove it, did not show it, did not know it, besides you seeing the little girl who had gained 20 pounds and lost the spark. So I think that's kind of where we have to go, because he didn't know if he was right or wrong. He had I probably had more than a 50% chance of being right, but he ends up being right, but he didn't know that. He didn't have any proof of any of this. I haven't set the channel up yet. I will email T when it is established and have a link. Thank you very much. You're very, very welcome. I'm ready for it. I think I'm actually subscribed to your sniper channel, but whatever. That's fine. I could be subscribed to both, I guess. Watercolor. I like Water Loving Dog. Watercolor Loving Dog is just too long for me. It just gets caught on my tongue. Could it be that Zach heard about the controversy around Jen Soto and decided to use it for his defense? I think this is all he had left, because they had come forward and said that they had like all kinds of people they were going to put on the stand outside of the CSAM or whatever, or SA allegations. They were going to have a DNA expert that was going to come up and go against what the DNA people said. I just feel like part of the reason he even waited to do his opening was because he wanted to see what the state presented and how the jury was kind of going with it. I, for one, think he probably shouldn't have put on any defense. He should have just shut up. Like, Megan Boswell's defense doesn't do anything, and I'm like, why didn't you do anything? And now these guys do this, and I'm like, you probably shouldn't have done that. I actually think Zach's testimony was the most damning to Zach of anything, ironically. Dexter even had to have proof. Yeah, Dexter even had to have proof. Okay, let's watch Mello. And not just Mello, but let's watch Mello.
All right, are you Mr. Mello? Yes, sir. Mr. Mello, I'm Judge O'Brien. I'm going to read you your rights. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right and obligation to be present at your trial. If you fail to show up for your trial, they'll place failure to appear charges against you, and you could face an additional 1 to 5 years in jail. You have the right to a trial by jury. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one can be provided for you through the public defender's office. If the charges that are placed on you are discharged, dismissed, not prosecuted, or if you're found not guilty, you have the right to have your record expunged or wiped clean from these charges. Now, you're being charged with a criminal offense, and if you were found guilty, you are facing serious consequences, which may include the payment of a fine, the loss of your driver's license, and the possibility of a jail sentence. In addition, you may face increased penalties for later convictions, the loss of your right to possess firearms or ammunition, and your immigration status could be affected. You have important constitutional rights, including the right to representation by an attorney, but you may lose those rights or waive them if you do not act to protect those rights. You have the right to hire an attorney to represent you in every case. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may be eligible for a free attorney. If you want a determination made as to whether you are qualified for a free lawyer, then it is your obligation to be screened at the location identified in paragraph 5C of the bond checklist form that I'm going to give you today. If you do not hire an attorney or go to be screened, then you may be found to have waived your right to an attorney at your trial. You also have the right to represent yourself. However, you should be aware that self-representation can be dangerous. For example, there may be certain factual or legal defenses to your charge that you are not aware of, or legal issues related to the conduct of your trial or guilty plea that an attorney would know how to preserve for an appeal. If you exercise your right to proceed without a lawyer, then you are responsible for complying with all applicable rules of court, including rules of evidence, procedural rules, and proper behavior before the judge and jury. If convicted on the charges filed against you and ordered to pay a fine, you may request a reasonable scheduled payment plan to pay that fine. It is your obligation to keep up with your trial date and to obtain an attorney, either by hiring one or by being screened and found eligible for a court-appointed attorney prior to your trial date. If you do not appear at your trial with your attorney, you may be deemed to have waived your right to have an attorney represent you. And finally, you are required to keep the court notified of any changes of your address until the completion of your case. Do you understand so far, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Mello, you're being charged with solicitation to commit a felony and accessory before the fact of murder. These are both general sessions charges, which means you have an additional right. You have the right of a preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing is an evidence hearing where the state has to show that they have the evidence to take you to court. If you want that hearing, take the form I'm going to give you and fill it out. You can mail it or take it to the address on the form, or you can fill it out tonight and give it back to me. But you only have a total of 10 days to get that form turned in. Otherwise, you lose your right to that hearing. Now, accessory before the fact to a felony is a violent crime in South Carolina. Based on the nature of these charges and the situation involved in these cases, this case, I am going to no bond you, and I'm going to send you to the circuit court for a bond hearing. Your next court date will be sometime in the next 30 days. I can't tell you if it could be 3 days from now or 30 days from now, because that'll have to be scheduled by the solicitor's office. But at that point in time, it'll be up to them to decide as to whether to grant you a bond or to keep you in jail until your court date. Do you have any questions?
I don't think so, thank you.
All right, sir, sit tight right there. I've got some papers for you to sign. And also, when you finish that, sir, just sit tight for a moment, okay? All right, Mr. Mello, one more thing. It's my understanding that Tina Purcell is in the courtroom. Tina, as I understand it, you're the sister of the victim. Is that correct, ma'am? Would you like to say anything to the court in reference to this proceeding? Please, go ahead.
So this is Lutina, going by Tina. This is Christina's sister, the one she lived with. So
and 1,224 days for this. I wish it felt really good, John, but it's not going to feel good yet. I've been every day of this trial. One witness to what you all have done. Every day of this trial. Every day out of this trial.
hold on. Fox Carolina has a way better version of this. Okay, let me see, because this is, I don't know why I heard it fine, but now I'm playing it for you guys and it sucks. Let me see. Yeah, I can't hear nothing. I know I could hear everything else fine. Let me see. Is it on YouTube, CH, or is it in an article? Fox Carolina. Okay, hold on, guys.
Thank you.
Please go ahead. Would you like to say anything to the court in reference to this proceeding?
I would, Your Honor, thank you.
Please go ahead.
I brought Christina because she deserves to be here for this. We have waited 1,224 days for this. And I wish I could tell you it felt really good, John, but it's not going to feel good yet. I've been at every day of this trial. I've borne witness to what you all have done. Every day of this trial, every day out of this trial, with my family, with your family. You did this to your family. Your child has to know that you did this to her family.
I don't know where I will be when you go to trial, but I assure you, if I am at all capable, I will be there every day. When you are convicted, I will be there at every parole hearing. Everyone. You will never get rid of me. And that is your own fault. You did this to yourself. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh my God. She brought his ashes. She brought her ashes.
Watching Fox.
Shit, that's loud. She's all, I brought Christina because she deserves to be here. I mean, I guess lucky for her, she was cremated. Otherwise, I don't know what she would have done to bring her sister with her. I don't put anything past her and the length she'd go to. I'm sorry. I think that's fucking weird. You guys, YouTube, Fitz News has on YouTube an angle that is terrifying. Okay, let's see. Let me pull it up. Oh, goodness gosh. Oh, they do have a different angle. Let me see. Okay.
Okay.
That's fucking
Now,
wild. Jesus.
ex John Mello. He went before a judge this after he was arrested on Wednesday. So Zachary Hughes, his good buddy, maybe not anymore.
Shoot, I started talking and I was still on mute. I was thinking, like, imagine her victim impact statement. Oh.
More after this, testified that Mello, who's the father of Christina Parcel's child, offered him money twice to murder Christina, which Hughes said that he rejected.
How did I get to that?
Okay. I'm taking notes from my brain. All right, here we go. Is that correct, ma'am? Would you like to say anything to the court in reference to this proceeding? Please, go ahead.
I brought Christina here, she was ready to be here for this.
This lady pushing Dr. Pepper at her. She's not thirsty right now. Just fucking hold on to the Dr. Pepper. Jesus. She's trying to make an impact here with some ashes. Like, don't cover him with a Diet Dr. Pepper. She's like, no, you need the fucking drink. To have a drink. It's got the rums in it.
I waited 1,224 days for this.
Yes,
And I wish I could tell you it felt really good, John, but it's not going to feel good yet. I've been every day of this trial. One witness to what you all have done. Everything in this trial, everything out of this trial, with my family, with your family. You did this to your family. Your child has to know that you did this to her family. I don't know where I would be when you go to trial, but I assure you, if I am at all capable, I will be there every day. When you are convicted, I will be there at every parole hearing. Everyone. You will never get rid of me. And that is your own fault. You did this to yourself. So I have your, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. I appreciate you coming.
Yeah, this is the sister that testified in the trial that she lived with. I mean, I don't necessarily know if the kid should go with her either. I feel for her. I do feel for her. I mean, I absolutely do, especially. So, you know, I say this when I cover Delphi all the time, but it's really true just in every case. It really comes down to who you trust when it comes to the state or the defense. So the state in filings has stated that Christina is not a part of any of the CSAM stuff. The defense comes out and says, bullshit, she's on camera doing X, Y, and Z, and they go very explicit on the things that they claim she's doing in these videos. So do you trust the state? Do you trust the defense? Which one do you believe? We don't. The public does not have proof either way. We don't. We just have the filings from this side and this side. So let's just, if we play devil's advocate and we say her sister actually is not a part of any of it, and we trust the state, they have, I mean, just tremendously victimized a murder victim. But on the other hand, if her sister is in them and she knows that she's in them, I don't know. This is a very odd fight for her unless it's just about the daughter. But it doesn't seem that it is. I think it's very strange that she brought her urn with her. Well, I don't know if she's seen them, but she knows that she's being sued about it, yes. But I don't know if she's seen them. I have no idea what she's seen. Off the record, Red Suit was my favorite witness. Absolutely. He was the best. Yeah, she brought the sister, but doesn't say anything about what the daughter went through. I don't know. It's very odd. I just can't. I'm just thinking her at victim impact statements. If he's found guilty and she gets, does Christina go to court too? I mean, if he's found guilty, does she give like little vials of ashes to everybody there supporting her sister? Like, how far does this go? How far does this go? Well, from inside the courtroom, I think that he apparently was not very happy, but we didn't get to see any of that. Yeah. No, like a birthday party. Like, thank you guys for coming. I don't know. That's terrible. This is terrible. I have a terrible sense of humor. I'm so sorry, you guys. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we got. Oh, gosh. I'd love a verdict today. Yeah, I've got it up over here on the other screen. So far, nada. Let me see. There was another one that had...
Now, in South Carolina, we've got defendant Zachary Hughes.
No. No.
Now, in South Carolina, we've got defendant Zachary Hughes.
Solicitor's office.
And our guests now, attorneys Michael J. Brown and John Phillips on the show this morning. I can't wait to hear what you guys think of this. John Phillips, your thoughts, please.
Goodness, and just preparing for this morning, I was like, this can't be right. And then I'd watch some video. I was like, this is wild, even for court TV, even for South Carolina. No offense, South Carolina, but you have it all. You've got murder for hire. You've got rose petals. You've got musicians. But when you boil it down, the kind of hinge factor and cringe factor are the allegations of sexual abuse, and that's going to justify the murder for hire. And yet it's not supposed to come in, but it keeps coming in, and we're headed towards mistrial. But that's kind of what's on the docket for today.
You're exactly right, John. I've got a clip of that. Let's take a look together.
I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me because I knew from that moment on would be safe. Would be safe from the sexual abuse that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Instruction to be quiet.
Okay, you need to stop talking.
So instead of going the route of, oh, I don't know, call the police.
He said, stop talking. That was the judge that said, stop talking. I'm looking to see if the jury has a question. I'm not hearing. There's nothing on the live feeds about it. Like, I mean, there's nothing populating that the jury has a question. They're not in court anyway. So I'll check Twitter.
No, this guy just says he wants to do the murder and be the hero. Michael J. Brown, I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Good morning, Julie. Good morning, John. The concern I have is the judge's ruling. You don't have to like the defense. You don't have to agree with the defense, but the defendant has an absolute right to assert this defense. And the law says, hey, you can take somebody's life if you think somebody else's life is an imminent.
Okay, so jury question. They want the judge to define malice. The judge is giving counsel a minute to talk about it. The judge will bring the jury back in to recharge them on murder and tell them, yes, malice is required for a murder charge. Several jurors nod their heads up and down when the judge tells them that, yes, malice is required for murder. And the jury's been sent back to continue deliberating. What do you guys think of that jury question? Define malice. Is malice required for murder charge? Ooh. The question from the jury is, define malice. Is malice required for a murder charge? She said the judge gives counsel a minute to talk about it. The judge brings the jury back in to recharge them on murder and tell them that, yes, malice is required for a murder charge, but they don't define it. Well, I mean, she doesn't say that they define it. I'll check Fitz News too. Several jurors nod their heads up and down, and the judge tells them that, yes, malice is required for murder. All right, let me see. She does make a good point on Twitter. Like, to think that now that Mello's arrested again, and you have Post already in jail, and you have Zach Hughes in jail, they're all being held at the same detention center in Greenville. It's like a reunion. I'm looking for somebody else who's in the courtroom. Shit, what did I hit? I don't see anybody else really reporting it quite yet. Not anybody that's popping up for me. Yeah, so he reread the charge to them and said that yes, malice is needed. Well, we can go back and listen to him read it again. So they've been deliberating now for almost an hour. It seems like they wanted to know both from what's being reported so far. But in the response, she doesn't put that in there. So we don't get to hear it. So we're just kind of going off of what is said in the courtroom. I'm just trying to see if there's anybody else that is in the courtroom that said anything. Let's see if Jennifer Wood said anything. Remember, they were on a delay, so I don't know if we're not hearing the jury question because of a delay or if we're not hearing the jury question because they're just not airing it to us. You never can tell with this court. I can see that the judge is at the bench, so there's just no sound to it. They changed it from a 30-minute delay to a 15-minute delay for the closing arguments. Okay, so here she's talking about it. Okay, let me see. We have a question from the jury. The defense appears very excited by this question. Mormon would like the judge to bring the jury back in as a group and give them the charge on malice. The judge says he would charge them on the murder charge, which contains the section on malice. He cannot read just the language on malice. So the judge read the murder charge to the jury. They were listening carefully and nodding their heads when he said malice is required. The judge would like to send the charge back to the jury. He tells the defense he cannot send just the portion of the charge back that contains malice. The defense is discussing. The judge tells them to take their time. And that seems to be it. The defense appeared to be excited by that question. That's also very interesting. What do you guys think that means? It would take me less than 10 seconds to vote guilty, but probably so slow because I'm a biased defense lawyer. I don't know. I'm not a biased defense lawyer, and I would vote guilty right off the bat. Watch this jury go not guilty. He didn't have malice. I don't even know how I would feel about that. Like, that's freaking crazy to me. That's crazy to me. To think that this guy could be found not guilty because they don't think he actually had malice. He absolutely had malice, in my opinion. If somebody was arguing that point to me in that jury room, we would end up hung because there's no fucking way. Yeah, I mean, let's do the straw vote right now. Let's just go in there and do it. Malice is in the eye of the beholder. Catastrophe. Don't try to go too philosophical on me. Yeah, he talked about how much he hated his sister, and then he says that she's like his sister. So I mean, how do you go into this without an angry heart when you're talking about the fact that she is a sociopath like your sister, and you hate your sister? That's crazy. That is crazy talk. All right, I'm going to continue to play this. Somebody keep an eye on the verdict. I have to run to the restroom. I'll be right back, but I'm going to play this while I go to the restroom.
Danger or harm. So now we're left with a really incomplete narrative. The defendant's not allowed to expand on what he had in his mind and why he did what he did, based on the judge's ruling. And along those lines, the prosecutor, they made this motion in limine. They think they're being cute, and they think they're succeeding by making that motion. At the end of the day, quite frankly, I think it's going to come back because you've prevented this defendant from asserting a defense.
I love your analysis, Michael. And I'm in agreement with you because it boils my blood what Christina Parcell is said to have done, what Mr. Post, her fiance, is accused of doing. He's going on trial soon for that. It boils my blood. You are right. The jury should hear this. Okay, so let's say, for the sake of our analysis, the jury does hear it. Let's say things are different. John Phillips, does the defense then still put this guy up? I mean, I know it's his choice ultimately, but our expression in the courthouse, does he still take the stand and posture the way he's posturing here, like he's the big hero?
His testimony is a bit odd to me in just the way he presents it. People say the truth is contemporaneous, and yet you have a lot of time to set that truth. And so what I don't know is, does he believe this? Is it true, or is this his story? And I don't know which one, but I worry about kind of jury nullification, where a jury is going to say, okay, I'm going to ignore that this was a murder for hire and that he took the law into his own hands to murder, because he deserved, the mom deserved to be killed. Like, that's not where we need to head in legal jurisprudence, even though we'd all, want everybody who does that to be thrown under the jail.
Right. And thank you so much for that explainer, John. You're spot on. That's exactly what Zachary Hughes wants. He wants this jury to say, yeah, you know what, we're just going to ignore the law because these are bad people based on your testimony, and we're going to believe you and let you walk away and go back to your piano. Michael J. Brown, if you could get your wish, let's say you're repping this guy and the judge says, you know what, we're going to go ahead and allow all this bad information in, then what do you think happens? What becomes the defense strategy?
Well, if he's allowed to expand on this and he's allowed to discuss the fact or the allegations that the mother and the boyfriend are abusing this young girl, that they're using her in sex acts, and they quite frankly think that her life is in danger, well, he would be able to expand on that. And the jury is the fact finder. Let's remember that. Although the judge is the gatekeeper of evidence, the jury is ultimately the fact finder. And they're the ones who will determine if it's a valid claim or not. They're not even allowed to get to that point because of the judge's ruling. And from my standpoint, I think that's troubling.
You guys are the best. I tell you what, this was such an illuminating conversation. You both have me thinking about how imminent that danger was. That's something we can think about as we get into the cross today. Going to be key in what this jury does with this guy. I can't believe what we saw yesterday, but it happened. He's admitting to murder, admitting to premeditated murder, and acting like he's proud of it.
Okay, so they just zoomed out on the judge, like they were going to go live with something, and then they didn't. They zoomed back into the seal. I mean, judge is still sitting at the bench. I don't know if it's still on a delay or not. There's just no sound in the courtroom. Oh, here we go, judge. They're showing the judge again. Let's bring it back over. This is about the right time.
Madam Foreperson, I've received a question from you. The question, well, it is define malice, and then the question is malice required for murder charge? And the answer is yes. Please listen as I recharge you on murder. The defendant is charged with murder and the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be either expressed or inferred. These terms express and inferred do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, any acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. Thank you. You can return to your jury room. You can put that back in there.
Okay, so by that definition, sure seems that he had intent. I guess does anybody here disagree that he showed intentionality in committing this murder? Okay, so I'm thinking that court TV,
or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, any acts of preparation going to show that.
So court TV is not on a delay. Law and crime is. Okay, so let me go back. I guess I'll go back to. That's interesting.
You can put that back in there.
So court TV does not have the delay any longer, but law and crime does. It does look like there's an emergency safety pin. Well, just in case somebody's trousers can't stay up. Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay, I guess we'll stick with the court TV, but I went to law and crime because they actually have a verdict clock, but now I'm wondering, I don't even know if the verdict clock is correct. It's got a delay. Court TV does not have a verdict clock, which they should. They probably have it on their website, but they don't have it on their YouTube channel. Court TV does, they like to show the jury, but I mean, I don't know if Court TV is the pool camera for this. I feel like law and crime actually might be, but I don't know. Express malice? What would be the difference in malice versus express malice? Like he did it quickly? What does that mean? Travis, are you still here by chance? All right, so I guess I'll just leave. I'll leave both of them up on my other screens, and so I can see a verdict clock, but I can also see from Court TV that because they actually have a live feed. What did Legal AC say? That he's extremely dangerous. It was only a matter of time. I agree. That's what I think. I think so. If people are like, if he's found not guilty, people are just gonna be like, so my kid is in trouble here, and he's like, don't worry, I've got you. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he created like a bat cave so he could try to be Batman. Like, that's where I'm at with him. Or he thinks he's Dexter. All right, I wanted to show you guys her recap from yesterday for what we didn't see, but it's really long, and I didn't mark down the dang timestamps for what I only really wanted you guys to hear what she talks about when they were not.
What you know.
not when the cameras weren't on. I'm gonna play this, but I'll probably play it on a higher speed because I didn't mark down the timestamps of what I wanted. And then I've got the verdict clock up on this screen and the verdict watch on court TV since they're live, and I'll keep an eye on that. So I'm gonna play this though, but I'm gonna play it at a higher speed. So if it gets too fast, tell me.
To downtown Greenville, just on the outskirts, great little town. Love going up there for good food and some good shopping. When Zach was 14 or 15, he was practicing piano about.
Words express malice. Deeds may be evidence of malice. Deeds as in like the fact that he went and bought all of this stuff, or deeds that he went and bought paint thinner and so on. Like, so that would be, and the gloves and the gun versus just thinking about it. Is that the correct interpretation of that?
Six to 8 hours a day. And he knew he wanted to pursue music as his career. When Zach was practicing, it was typically.
Express malice means a deliberate and clearly stated intention to cause harm to another person, essentially indicating a direct and conscious desire to inflict injury or death. Well, what's the difference between that and then just regular malice then? Because isn't that just malice? But that's just malice. I'm trying to figure out the express part of it. The South is just different 160 years after the War of Northern Aggression. It's faster malice. That's what I was thinking, like, because he did it all faster.
And it consists of music students from all over the world healing. And this was in late January of 2019. He was girls he wanted to play. From my house where there's a lot of taco trucks, best you'll find any. Zach thought it was great. He knew John's parents were Italian and he thought it would be good for the child to have the experience of going over there. And he said he was excited for the both of them. In October of 2020, Zach was performing downtown and talking with someone who curated a museum of historic instruments. They talked about revamping the Beethoven project Zach started working on at the beginning of the year, that they would record them and then eliminate the issue of gatherings with COVID. By the way, these are still on Zach's YouTube page. He said, as a classical musician, you play a piece in the past, but you have to retrain. So he would relearn the music, and with the recording schedule, he would commit to.
Okay, so this makes sense. This goes with what I was thinking that Michael had said too. It's like it's readily apparent through actions. So that's what Michael was saying about the deeds. So it goes to what I was thinking. Then it has more to do with like the fact that he was out there, that what he was doing to prepare instead of just thinking about it. I got you. Often used in legal context to describe a perpetrator's state of mind when committing a crime like murder, it signifies that the malicious intent is openly expressed through their actions. Yeah, got you. Yeah, it was exactly what Michael said. I just wanted to clarify it, so thank you.
Once a week that he would record, help John and the child out. He also cleaned John's house, which had been learned about those persons easily be found out, but knew she could easily reel someone back in. Zach said, I lived this behavior and I knew what he meant. John did not know about Zach's sister, and people usually don't get what you're talking about when you're talking about somebody like this. But he knew John Mello couldn't just invent this. It was too familiar to him. And he said, I was right to believe him. Grace and Christina, by correlation, she had an addiction to stealing or sucker punching siblings, and she would recruit her younger siblings to do things for her. Grace would steal things from the parents' room, and she was a corrupting influence on anyone around her. Zach knew there was an incredible danger that the child could become her mom if she was left in her custody. Now, here we go. The first time, the facts have shown I was right. The judge tells the jury to disregard that statement. Ultimately, Grace was removed from their family. She had been sent to different homes around the country, and she was the first to get expelled from some of these schools. They realized she would be a physical danger to the family, and Zach told that he found a diary where she fantasized about what was going on. My little girl, there's no spark. The mailers did not alleviate. He said, it's violations of your rules involved in was to. I did not said to be quiet and go inside.
Take it from the other.
He said he kept striking again and said, says there's no indication the defense knew what he was going to say. The state says at this point, they know Zach has no intention of following the judge's rules.
Here, this is where it is.
He doesn't remember how many times he stabbed her and she stopped struggling. He stood up. He said he was freaking out and in a daze. He was trying to figure out how to leave the house and not leave anything behind because he was afraid John would be connected to it, which would put the child in danger. He started to pick up the rose petals, but realized he didn't have time to do that. And at this point, he was just paranoid a neighbor may just come over. He moved her body away from the window so nobody would look in and see her, put the things back in his backpack, and he looked in the mirror and saw she had scratched his face in the struggle, and he knew it was very possible he could have left DNA. So he used the paint thinner to try and clean her hands. He changed his mask, took off his outer shirt because there was blood on it, put on his backpack, and he was worried her sister or Bradley Post may come over, so he tried to leave as quickly as possible. He realized he probably left DNA in the house, and he prayed again and said, I'll own up to it if I'm caught because it's the right thing. He got on his mountain bike and pedaled back to the truck and drove back to the mountain home. This is where it all hit the fan. He said he felt relief because he knew the child would be safe from the sexual abuse her mom is perpetrating on her, and the state is hiding it from you. Tell you what, the prosecutor actually started objecting before he finished the sentence, so it was kind of a shouting match to see who could be louder, and the jury is sent out. The state said he is a disgrace to the court's rules. This was intentional. He's been warned 3 times, and he has no intent to follow the rules in this courtroom, and he's waiving his rights. The state said the defense needs to control their client, and the judge says there's no indication the defense knew what he was going to say. The state says at this point, they know Zach has no intention of following the judge's rules. The defense points out he has a right to testify. We've made clear the instructions. He has a right. I'm doing my best. The judge says his right to testify can be limited without violating his constitutional rights. We take a long break. It was about an hour. So when we get back, the judge told Zach outside the presence of the jury that he found him guilty of contempt and sentenced him to 6 months in jail. Zach told the judge he understood. Around the second time that Zach blurted something out about the sexual abuse, the judge told Zach that he needed to abide by the ruling that you can't mention this. And Zach said, I will try, but I put my hand on the Bible to tell the truth. And the judge is like, don't mention it. So once the jury was brought back in after that extended break, which over that break, by the way, is when we found out John Mello had been arrested shortly after Zach testified about the money proposition and also telling him what would be the best time essentially to go kill Christina. So the last bit, after he left Canebrake, he rode his bike back to his truck and then went back to the mountain house. He disposed of the gun and the knife in a nearby lake and burned his clothes in a fire pit. At the beginning of November 2021, he got a plane ticket from Detroit to fly overseas for that job on the cruise ship. While he was at the airport in Detroit, he got a call that there were warrants for his arrest. So he rented a car, drove back to Greenville, and turned himself in. That was it for today's testimony. Like I said, y'all, probably the most chaotic and crazy day I've ever witnessed in court. 3 times he was warned, and then you had that big one because while the solicitor was objecting and trying to sort of drown Zach out, Zach got it out. And the jury was looking back and forth, but really, they definitely heard everything Zach said. The prosecution has said they definitely are not going to ask for a mistrial. And so he was found in contempt. But here's the thing. The judge instructs the jury, I decide what evidence comes in. You disregard that statement, but you can't put toothpaste back in a tube. And for a week now, this jury really has looked confused on things, especially every time they're sent out of the room when Bradley Post's phone is mentioned. I think they have a clear picture of what at least was going on with the child. Just a very crazy, crazy day in court. I'm going tonight to John Mello's bond hearing at the detention center at 9:30. So I'll try to update you guys tomorrow on that. That is it for today. We will be back in court at 9:30. The judge instructed the jury to be there at 10:30. We're going to have a few hours of some winter weather in the morning. And depending on how much we get, there's a small chance, I would think, we may not even have court tomorrow because we're going to be below freezing and we're not equipped for that. So I'll keep you posted on social media. I'll definitely do a YouTube
I'll
short.
show you guys the update from that she did today. I think it's prior to the jury question, but
What you know, Alibuyers, hope you guys have had a good day. We have finished closings and are officially on verdict watch in the Zachary Hughes trial. As soon as the verdict comes down, I'll put it on social media and we'll be live streaming on my YouTube channel. All right, we'll see you guys soon.
that was her only update. Not very exciting. All right, well, about an hour and 20 minutes, almost an hour and a half into jury deliberations. We don't have a verdict yet. I'm actually surprised. I thought it would come pretty quick. Is she really? I haven't picked up on that. I haven't picked up on that she's leaning towards the defense. I mean, I don't watch her every day or anything, so I can't tell you one way or the other, but I didn't pick up on it from the clips that we have watched. Is this the one from before with, let me see if this is the one before. This is the one with Mello. Here, this is an old interview.
Finding proof in court documents of Mello's friendship,
which led to his arrest.
It's an interview you'll see only on Fox. It all comes as more information is now coming to light about the horrific murder of a woman in Greer. We are breaking.
You have to go to your Google account to unblock to unblock anybody that's blocked. You have to do it through your actual Google account, not through YouTube.
Breaking down what you need to know.
And it's another beautiful sunset across our area.
You'll see only on Fox. We are talking to John Mello. He is the child. He shares a child with a recent homicide victim, Christina Parcell. She was found brutally stabbed to death multiple times in her home in Greer back in October. Now he is revealing new information about the ongoing custody battle over their child and why he took her out of the country, which led to his arrest.
Fox Carolina's Carrie Weimer closely following this investigation since it happened. She's live in our newsroom with.
Me too, watercolor loving dog. I am surprised that more people did not pick up on this case. It's got twists, turns, interesting things. It's got the social media side of a divide where people are like, I mean, he's got a ton of support. It's a very interesting case. I don't know how it didn't get more mainstream. I mean, Court TV wasn't even streaming it on their YouTube channel until a couple days ago. They were just doing it on their website.
With a lot of questions surrounding this entire case, Carrie.
As the murder investigation continues, several other arrests with connections to the victim were made, but for other criminal charges, including child pornography.
October 13th, I was in Italy.
John Mello tells us where he was the day the mother of his child, Christina Parcell, was murdered in her home in Greer. After finding proof in court documents of Mello's friendship with Zachary Hughes, the man accused of killing Christina Parcell, we asked him his thoughts on how that looks.
I can't help their perception. I can only pray and move forward for my child. I can't cater to people. I can't respond to people. I can't do anything but focus all my efforts on the well-being of my child.
Mello says he came back to the States a week after the murder and was arrested on charges from last year when he took their child to Italy against court order.
We went there to finalize our citizenship, and I wanted her to be away from these people, and I wanted her to have a better life and free education, free university anywhere in Europe, healthcare for me and everything. And that was my retirement plan.
He says he wanted their daughter away from Christina's fiance, Bradley Post, who investigators charged with having child pornography. Post remains in jail with his case turned over to the Attorney General's office.
I want to see justice for his victims. I want sunlight shining on every player in this that did these children wrong.
After 2 custody battles and more on the horizon, Mello says he has one priority.
Until I'm in the ground or my daughter's old enough to make her own decision, I will fight for her. It's just that simple. There's no alternative.
Now, Mello tells us there will be another hearing in December about custody. Cody, Tori?
So somebody on the Court TV feed said that they used to know Zach. And so she said, when I knew Zach, I never experienced him ever showing any signs of being a psychopath. He was kind and caring and thoughtful. You can imagine how shocking it is to hear and watch him confess to murder. Pretty said, "You go, Mello." Yeah, he wants sunshine. He wants sunshine shined on all of the people involved. I don't know. That's weird. That sunshine isn't the right word there whatsoever. Can I ask? I mean, his teeth are fucking terrible. Did you guys see his teeth? Let me see if I can find a good shot of his teeth. His teeth are terrible. What is up with the people there with their teeth? He's got terrible teeth. What's up with the hair? Well, he's lost more of it now. That's for sure. Legal Lacey. Aw. Yeah, I don't know. It just happened to pop up on that stream, so I was going to do it. So let me take a look. I'm going to take a look at Reddit and see if there's any new commentary from Isabella. Let's take a look. Okay. Oh, there is. There is a new comment from her. So somebody must call her out on what she said. Let me see. She's still active. I got to find the comment before that, so I know what the relevance is. Okay, so two years ago, we read this comment. Christina's daughter is my little sister, and she is doing well. She is brilliant and sweet and lives life to the fullest, and she and my dad are joined at the hip, and she just gets to be a normal kid now. We tried reporting for years what Christina and Brad were doing, and nobody ever believed us. But now the Supreme Court of Italy is on our side, and she is safe and sound. That was 2 years ago. And this is the one where the person is responding saying that they knew John Mello and that he is a psychopath, sociopath. There's a lot of diagnoses going on in this case too. And then somebody writes 7 days ago, wait, this either didn't age well or I am now more confused. Isabella responds 7 days ago and says, what part? 5 hours ago, the person, somebody else responds and says, well, let's see, the part where you claim Zach didn't do it and he was being framed, or the part where yesterday he admitted to it and the fact that your dad was behind it. The part your dad has now been arrested without bond for his part in this horrific fiasco. Take your pick, Issa. And then she responds and says, girl, that was 6 days ago. That's what I thought 6 days ago. If you want to be mean, at least put a little effort in. If you want to be mean, put a little effort in. About 30 minutes ago, approximately. Maybe closer to 40 minutes. Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm on her profile, but then it doesn't show me all the comments that she's responding to. It just tells me hers. All right, let's see if there's any other ones. So yesterday, she says, oh, this is in response to a post. Let me see. Oh man, people are going for her on here. Oh shit, I just clicked something I wasn't supposed to. She said, oh yeah, it's all so hilarious. A child's awful life has been further compounded on by this, and you were brave enough to hunt my comment down and let me know how funny you think it is, you freaking weirdo. And then somebody responds, kind of like how your dad got that Hughes feller to hunt down Christine Parcell. Yeah, haha. I don't think this dude is likable at all. I think he's a fucking weirdo. Just a quick suggestion for you balding men out there. Just give up the damn fight and shave your head. That's what both my brothers did. Okay. Let's see if there's any updates anywhere. I just don't see. I don't think there's any updates at all. I don't know. Has anybody happened to look and see, or did he say? I didn't hear him say it. How long they're going to deliberate for? Like, is he just going to let him go for however long they want to, or are they going to cut it off and send them home? Jury started deliberating at 3:39 p.m. I mean, it's 5 o'clock there now, so I don't know. I just don't know if they said anything. And apparently Court TV has it on members only, and I'm not going to be a member of Court TV, so I'm not going to be able to ask there. Has anybody looked to see, or did anybody hear anything about how long they're going to let them go for? All right. I'm not really seeing any updates at all. From anybody. Yeah, we deserve a verdict today. I'm just worried like I'm going to wrap up the stream and then they're going to be like, all right, we're back with a verdict. You know, like that would just be my luck. That would absolutely be my luck. Let me get rid of some of this crap. There's so much of it. We already went through the defense's document that they filed 2 days ago. We read that whole thing. See, I have a feeling we won't have to wait too long for a verdict either. But I mean, we're an hour and a half in, but they're not saying anything about anybody going home yet. Apparently, there's another jury question according to Cool Whip. Let's see. There's nothing on any feed yet. Pretty Lies and Alibi says we have another jury question, but it's not up on the live feeds yet. So yeah, we're gonna wait and see what the new question is for sure. It can't be that much longer. He's gonna be found. You actually think he's gonna be found guilty? I don't know. I mean, that last question kind of threw me, but they have a lot of questions. Apparently, the jury instructions were not very clear. Can they not read these? Yeah, she posted it on Twitter too. Cool. Thank you for pointing that out, because I literally just left Twitter looking for an update and then went back to the live stream or to this stream and gone. And then you said something. Somebody responded to her. That's funny. So she said, we have another jury question. And somebody responded and said, we were just wondering, what if we don't believe any of these folk? Are we sure that murder is really all that bad? No, Fluffy, you have to be a member on Court TV to comment. See, look. Members only mode. Like, the weird thing to me is, like, I don't know why anybody super chats like Court TV or Law and Crime. It's the weirdest shit to me. Like, nobody gives a shit that you're giving them money. They're not like looking at your comments going, oh, thank you. They don't need the fucking money. Like, it's just so weird to me. Like, I'm not going to join Court TV. You guys are making bank. I make a penny on the dollar. You know what I mean? Like, no, thank you. Hey, Justice Jane. I think he'll be found guilty. I just realized I had paused the live and was commenting, so I'm sorry if my comments didn't make any sense. It's okay, Jade. Most of our shit on here doesn't make any sense. We just like to hang out with each other and not make sense. Yeah, I would never join Court TV. It's silly. All right, let's see if she updated with anything going on. I'm hungry. Somebody asked, was a set of instructions like not sent back with the jurors? Because this is, how do they not understand all this stuff? She hasn't updated anything here either. Well, I guess we just wait. Oh, thanks, Jade. We really just like to talk true crime. That's kind of just what it is. We're just a group of people who just like to talk true crime. Give our thoughts, our opinions. I'm no lawyer, but I pretend to be one on YouTube. No, I'm just joking. I don't actually pretend to be one. I think that's illegal. We're not getting nothing. Nada. Well, I guess I can answer Travis's question, though, about how long ago that other jury question was. So it was over 50 minutes ago, because at the negative 48-minute mark is when he comes back and answers their question. So the first question was probably around almost an hour ago now. Maybe they're just like, are we allowed to go home, or do we have to stay here? Like, nobody really kind of told us what we're supposed to do, and we don't really agree on malice. She's the only one in the whole thing I feel for. That the daughter and the daughter's friend are the only, they're like literally the ones that I absolutely feel for. Thomas, you are the comic relief. What you talking about? Oh yes, CH. I am an official Google expert because I can walk out of a room, Google something, and come back with an answer within 15 minutes. I don't know if that only like qualifies me as a Google expert in the state of Indiana, though. I'm not really sure how that works. Yeah, they're like all this talk of tacos, and all these taco stands. Can we get some tacos maybe? I'd really like some tacos. I'd like some fucking tacos too. I'm starving. I haven't eaten today. I should probably eat something. There's like no updates at all yet on what this flipping question is. Somebody says, that is insane. They heard and saw the psychopath talk and they still have questions. How old are they? 12? I hope the question is, can they get tacos? Like we've reached our verdict, but we'd still like some tacos for dinner. I don't want to leave either. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I'll wrap it up and then I'll create like a verdict stream just to have it pending and we can go live when the verdict comes in. But but then they have another question. And with this jury, they're probably going to have another question in like a half hour. Everybody is an expert in Indiana as long as Slick Nick and Gold say so. That's true. It's true. I thought you were being serious there because it sounds like it would be a legit question after all the taco talk. That's all I need. That's all I need, Ems. You're having tortellini Alfredo from a crock pot? That sounds so fucking good. I think I'm going to make spaghetti for dinner. That's what I was thinking earlier, Brittany, when you and I were chatting in the chat. Like if somebody on there or has somebody in their family or a close friend or somebody, like it could become a hot mess. Ooh, homemade chili. I can only eat homemade chili. I can only eat chili if it doesn't have beans. I hate beans. Made spaghetti last night. I didn't. I was gonna make spaghetti last night, you guys, and then I stayed on here with you guys until like almost 7 o'clock. Oh, wait a minute. What? I see the jury on the law and crime one, but not on the court TV one. No sound though. This is the joy of having all these screens, by the way. So I ended up getting Chick-fil-A for dinner for me and the kiddos. Ooh, I love brats. Wisconsin cheddar brats. Nothing. If you're in Wisconsin, you better be loving the cheddar brats because we don't have them here, and I fucking miss them. It's raining tacos. It's raining tacos. You're just gonna have cereal so you don't miss anything? Okay, here we go. Oh, brats, bratwurst. Big sausages, Jade. And in Wisconsin, they have these cheddar brats that like the bratwurst is stuffed with cheddar cheese. Oh my gosh. I can get cheddar brats here. They're just not the same. They're not the same. It's like I could get a cheesesteak here, like but you can't get the same type of cheesesteak here you can get like in Philly. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bolognese. Oh, you had to go at all fancy watercolor, Love and Dog? You had to have fancy spaghetti? I'm just having regular old spaghetti, okay? All right, let's see what she says. The jury question is, can you explain the difference between first-degree harassment and second-degree harassment? The judge will bring them back in and recharge them. The difference between first degree harassment and second, of all the things, who gives a shit? I do give a shit, but I just want them to hurry up. But that's the jury question. So can you explain the difference between first degree harassment and second degree harassment? Okay, judge is on.
Degree harassment. Harassment first degree. The defendant is charged with harassment first degree. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntary. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment first degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of 1. Following the targeted person as the targeted person moved from location to location. 2. Initiating,
ladies and gentlemen.
maintaining, or repeating visual, physical, or verbal contact after the defendant was notified that the contact was unwanted. 3. Surveilling or the maintaining a presence near the targeted person's residence, place of work, school, or another place regularly occupied by the targeted person. Or 4. Committing vandalism and property damage. These are only examples of harassment first degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment first degree. A pattern means 2 or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. Harassment second degree. If you find the defendant not guilty of harassment first degree, you may consider whether the defendant is guilty of harassment second degree. A defendant is guilty of harassment in the second degree if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant engaged in a pattern of intentional, substantial, and unreasonable intrusion into the private life of a targeted person that served no legitimate purpose and caused the targeted person and would cause a reasonable person in the targeted person's position to suffer mental distress. Intentional means willful, intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntarily. Intent may be shown by acts and conduct of the defendant and other circumstances from which you may naturally and reasonably infer intent. The state may prove harassment second degree by showing that the defendant engaged in a pattern of verbal, written, or electronic contact that is initiated, maintained, or repeated. These are only examples of harassment second degree. You may find that other conduct of the defendant which caused the targeted person mental distress would be harassment second degree. A pattern means 2 or more acts occurring over a period of time, however short, evidencing a continuity of purpose. Electronic contact means any transfer of signs, writings, images, sounds, data, intelligence, or information of any nature transmitted in whole or in part by any device, system, or mechanism, including but not limited to a wire, radio, computer, electromagnetic, photoelectric, or photo-optical system. Okay? You may return to your jury room.
Okay. Okay. I'm thinking it might be. I mean, I think if they've gotten to that one, they should be pretty close to a verdict. Right? That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so now for this jury question, though, the weird thing is that Law and Crime was on time with it, and Court TV was delayed. It's a problem when I have that much knowledge of who's on the delay and who isn't. Okay, let me put this back over here real quick. And then I found this. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know if it's worth anything, but this says that the family speaks after the bond denied following the arrest in connection with the Canebrake murder trial. So Let's see if this is worth our time. Why we wait. I mean, they've been deliberating 2 hours now. We should definitely be ready to go. All right, let's see if this is worth anything.
They say John Mello, who shares a daughter with Christina Parcell, is now facing charges. Our Nate Stanley is live at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center after Mello appeared in bond court tonight. Nate, what did the judge decide?
The judge denied bond for John Mello tonight, sending his case to a circuit court. Also tonight, the family of Christina Parcell spoke and addressed the court, as well as John Mello.
You did this to your family. Your child has to know that you did this.
Emotions running high in John Mello's bond hearing as Christina Parcell's family, with her ashes in an urn, spoke.
I've waited 1,224 days for this.
This comes after a day full of testimony.
This is not after. So what are they talking about? Is this clickbait?
From Zachary Hughes, who confessed to killing Christina Parcell. He testified to jurors that Mello, the father of Parcell's daughter, originally offered him $5,000 to kill her.
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
However, Hughes says Mello believed his daughter was in danger and then offered him $10,000.
I would never do something like this for money. I told him the only way I would ever consider taking action like this is if I was absolutely convinced that his daughter was not only in danger, but that the only way to rescue her from that danger would be to take Christina Parcell's life.
Prosecutors objected to testimony from Hughes that Mello's daughter was being sexually abused under her mother's care. The judge ultimately held Hughes in contempt of court for those accusations. And court will be back in session tomorrow morning at the Greenville County Courthouse. Reporting in Greenville, Nate Stanley, WIFF News 4.
Hold on, I just shoved some food in my mouth. Hold on. I kind of wanted that to last a little bit longer so I could chew. That's not what this article says. So I don't, maybe it's in the article. Let's see. Because the article says the family speaks out after the bond hearing. The sheriff's office said that based upon court testimony during the trial of Zachary Hughes, along with existing evidence, deputies obtained warrants on Mello. Deputies said at 1:30 p.m., deputies arrested Mello at his home in Greenville. Mello is charged with accessory before the fact to a felony and solicitation to commit a felony. Mello shared a child with Parcell. Parcell's sister testified that Parcell began dating Mello in December of 2008 and broke off contact with her and her family from 2010 until 2014. She said in that time her sister gave birth to their child. Okay, what the hell? That's it? What the heck? That is not what this said. Family speaks after bond denied following arrest in connection with Canebrake murder trial. That's bullshit. That is not what happened here. Fucking clickbaited. I got clickbaited, guys. Sorry. My three sons, did somebody answer your question about what the jury question was? It was, what's the difference between first-degree harassment and second-degree harassment? And then he just comes back in and reads the differences between them. I'm at this point, I'm like, let's just go. Let's just get a verdict. And that's why we don't sub to them. Freaking clickbaiters. What kind of bullshit is that? You made me watch your stupid little video. Where, Birdie? Where did she speak? outside of the bond hearing, though. I mean, we watched her on like 4 different channels for the bond hearing. Where did she speak to anybody after? She's in that bag. And then I don't know, that friend was weird. She was like, take your Diet Dr. Pepper. I'm not holding this for you while you do weird things. Like, take your Dr. Pepper. And she just like kept shoving it at her. It's so weird. I'm like, this is, talk about like bad timing. Like, that is not when she's in need of a Diet Dr. Pepper. Just slow down. Slow down. That was kind of the major question, Jade, but I don't know. I already held the urn. Take your soda. It's your turn to take the soda. All right, let me see if there's still anything else going on. And if she did speak after that, I would be very curious. I'll look and see if she spoke anywhere else. Yeah, but you're freaking out about this bond hearing. Maybe you go get thirsty and you need your Diet Dr. Pepper. I mean, I get it. Like, my friends would probably be shoving my Dr. Pepper at me. So, and I don't think I'd let Sleuthy go up and say all those things without making sure she had a Diet Dr. Pepper. Let's see, Lutina Parcell. I don't see anything. Have we seen any filings by the state that allege that Christina appeared in the photos? I know we have civil filings, but I'm curious if we've heard from the state. The state has denied it. The state says that she's not part of that. And then the defense comes back and calls the state liars and says, we now see the footage that you tried to keep from us for 3 years, and we know she's in it, and this is the really gross stuff that she was doing in them. And so don't lie to us anymore. And then the state essentially during this trial really just doesn't want to talk about it. So, but the state denied it. The state said she was not in there. But she was not party to the CSAM. Maybe it was just on one of the hard drives they hadn't looked at yet. Because remember, they're like, yeah, you know, we had these other hard drives, but we were like, yeah, no, we don't really need to look at all those because, oh, when did they deny it? Can we find the filing? Shit. You're asking for a lot, Mav. Good thing that I've got some spare time right now. Just try to find it. Hold, please. Me looky. Yeah, I told you I didn't want your stupid Diet Dr. Pepper. Yeah, well, I agree. I think she's in them anyway. I don't think the defense is lying about that. I mean, especially once they start getting into the yucky details of it. But we read. I had them both up the other night when we were going through documents, but I only read the defendant's response. So let me see. I mean, I don't really have anything else going on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Is it in their motion in limine that they deny it? It might be in the motion in limine that they denied it. I think for some reason in my brain, that's what I think. Remember the first motion in limine they filed public, and the second one they filed under seal. I think that I think that's where it's coming from. But I'm gonna look. I need to get this off of this screen though, because this is where I need to get my court stuff back up over here. Hold on. I'll put the court stuff back up on this side. Son of a biscuit eating bulldog. That's not what I wanted to do. Leave it there. Okay. Now let me go back over here. Did anybody ever say if the sister actually did speak out after? I'd like to know how the civil charges against the estate go. Yeah, me too. I also want to know what happens with post trial, and now I want to know what happens with Mello's trial. Yeah, but the defense does that, not the state. Oh yeah, I don't want spicy, Thomas. I can't do spicy. I'm a plain Jane. I'm hoping so, Skinny. I don't know why we wouldn't. We should get one today. They've been deliberating for 2 hours. I have never seen anything. I agree with you, Carla. I've never in my 57 years on this earth seen anything like this trial, and then the deceased coming to the court thingy. Yeah, she has a right to be there. She has okay. I want to know how many jurors went home and did some investigating last night after seeing the way the state reacted to that being said in court. Well, I think today that was something that I was like, okay, I could see why the prosecution, why the state is like kind of saying some of the things he said, because he kept going over like those are allegations. Those are allegations that Mello told Zach about. You know what I mean? Like those are all just allegations. Just because somebody has these allegations doesn't mean that they can go and do whatever they did. I don't know if I'll ever have another Delphi. Well, I will. I probably will. That's a lie. All right, let me go back to this document. I'm here. I'm just reading. I'm skimming so I can find this. Hold my Dr. Pepper. Let me introduce you all to the star of this case. The woman you've all been talking about. That's so bad. It's so bad. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's not this one. Maybe it's this one. Chelsea says, please tell me they didn't say that. No, she said, I brought Christina with me because she deserves to be here, or something along those lines. I'm still just reading. I'm here. I know. I gotta do a Delphi live. Now I'm too invested in this freaking verdict. I guess right now I'm invested in trying to find where the hell it's, what motion it was in where they denied her being in them. My British accent. Can I even? I don't even know if I can do it. I don't even know if I can do it that quickly. You sound like you're from London. That one. I'm still torn up about Delphi. I know. Me too. I'm right there with you. I think Judge does in South Carolina. I think Judge does. Jury asked 2 questions, Boo. So, did you see both of those or just the one? You sound like you're from London. A Scottish one? Oh, I don't know if I can do that. They just kind of come out whenever they come out. I don't think I've ever actually like practiced them to be able to do them. They just kind of flow whenever they flow. Mav, I don't know if I can find it. Where is? Maybe it's this one. I'm going to go through this one, and then I'll have to look for it on my own at another time, because I feel like I'm not talking to you guys, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I want to talk. I don't have anything to say, though, so I guess it doesn't matter. Preparation for the hearing. And I would read these out loud to you guys, but my throat hurts, and I don't want to read anything I don't have to, especially when I want to do a live on 2 other cases that have a lot of fucking documents to read. The motion in limine on September 12th of 2024. I'm thinking that's the right one. You might be right if I go with terminology. The way that they say it is cannot be proven by the defendant and is wholly unsubstantiated. But wholly unsubstantiated, Mav, what do you think? What do you think? Says the allegation is inadmissible and it cannot be proven by the defendant and is wholly unsubstantiated. And they're unfounded, salacious, and criminal accusations toward the victim. Unfounded. Wholly unsubstantiated, unfounded accusations, and unfounded allegations. To me, that I guess I read that like they're denying it, right? I mean, that's how I take it. That they're denying that she's in them. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't be unfounded, right? And it's the motion for the gag order. Dated. Where is the date? Where's the fucking date? Mav, are you still here? Are you even listening to me? Let me see what's going on this one. So it's the motion in limine in September and in the gag order, which I cannot find a freaking date for whatever reason. No, it's okay, Mav. I just wanted to make sure that I was actually reading that to you. So that's the two. I don't know. I guess you could interpret it like they're, to me, I just took it like they were saying it doesn't exist. They're unfounded allegations and he should shut up about it. We have another jury question. Let me see. So far, we've had the two. Oh my God, we do. We have another jury question. Now we have three. Explain the difference between first-degree conspiracy to commit harassment and second-degree conspiracy to commit harassment. So that's the third question. So we'll hear him come back in soon, I guess. Third question. Explain the difference between first-degree conspiracy to commit harassment and second-degree conspiracy to commit harassment. Did he not give them these documents to take back with them? Did they not get the documents? I'm kind of confused. So for anybody who missed the other questions, we had the first question was define malice and do you need malice for the murder charge? That was number one. Number two is, can you tell us the difference between first-degree harassment and second-degree harassment? Now they've come back and said, third question, what's the difference between first and second-degree conspiracy to commit harassment? What the heck? Maybe they just don't have... Maybe they just don't have the documents with them. This is, I mean, it's weird. Someone said they didn't have the documents, Rachel. I see. I don't know. I don't recall them saying they weren't going to get. Hey, look who's back, Peter Hughes. This is the supposed brother. He's now in the law and crime chat today. Let's see what he has to say. I don't know how far back it's going to let me go. Peter Hughes. Let's see. says, some people can say I'm claiming to be his brother. I'm just speaking my truth. I'm not going to argue with those saying otherwise. I'm sure you probably are, but we have no proof. So, I mean, it's not really an argument. It's just we just want more receipts because that's who we are. And then he says, I have nothing to gain for pretending to be his brother. I'm watching this because I am his brother. And then then somebody says, Peter Hughes, don't worry about it. Most of us have no reason to doubt you. It would be different if you were spewing crazy things, but you seem legit, as does Elena. I don't know who Elena is. Peter says, because I don't support that side of my family, I don't want to be there in person. Interesting. Stella responds to him and says, Peter Hughes, you said it so well in just a few short words. Didn't you say he has an evil, cruel personality? That's insane and so very telling. Peter says, yes, before I hop off, that is Elena's real account. I know people are saying that that's not her, but Zach is tarnishing her name. She should be able to speak her truth. Is Elena Grace? Is Elena Grace? Somebody asked him, Peter, what were you guys' parents like? Where does Zach get this odd behavior? Peter says, my dad being Christian, yes, he reads the Bible like it's a novel. He prays before bed like his life depends on it. Okay. Wait, Elena is Grace? Oh gosh, now I don't know. Does Law and Crime leave their comments up after the live? Like where you can go back? Because that's as far back as I can go. So anything he said prior to that, I don't know. When you Googled her, that's what came up. Elena? Elena was her Russian name? Shit. I want to talk to Elena Grace. People are like pissed off that he's in the chat. Like, that's stupid. I'm trying to click on it like I can highlight that comment for you guys. I don't see an Elena, but I haven't been watching the chat. Even when we've been watching it on the channel, I mean, I have it full screen, so. So apparently Elena is in the chat, and open it in another window and go back an hour, the chat should show up. Only after the fact. If I go now, it doesn't. It just still, the chat stays at the live, even if I go back. But afterward, if they leave their live chat replay up, I can check their other days and see if they do. Mia, yes, for 4 years. What was Mia's question? Peter Hughes, didn't you family go to Independent Fundamental Baptist Church for a while? And his response is yes, for 4 years. Oh, the name is like this. It's in Russian. I believe it's really you, but I can help prove it if you want. Okay, here. This one. Whoever Granny is, you really need to stay in your lane than speaking on me because I haven't been rude to anyone, but instead you have so get off here if that's how you're gonna be. Okay. Let me see if I can find any of those comments. Here I am just looking for an Elena. Not thinking any better of it. So a profile pic would change your opinion of what I said. Here. Siberian Russian to be exact.
Madam Foreperson, I've received your question concerning conspiracy and as it pertains to first and second harassment. Conspiracy. The defendant is charged with conspiracy. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant combined with one or more persons for the purpose of committing an unlawful act or of committing a lawful act by unlawful means. There must be a mutual understanding, agreement, or common intention and plan. Mere passive knowledge of or consent to the criminal conduct of another is not enough to make a person a conspirator. There must be guilty knowledge and participation. Similarly, the mere fact that the defendant may have associated with another person or met with another person and discussed common aims and interests does not necessarily establish proof of the existence of a conspiracy or that the defendant was involved in a conspiracy. On the other hand, it is not necessary that the agreement be a formal one, that it be in writing, that the persons hold a meeting and expressly state the terms of the common plan, or that the agreement be stated in words between them. The agreement of a criminal conspiracy may come into being through an implied mutual understanding. The willful, intentional, and knowing adoption by two or more persons of a common plan is sufficient. No overt acts need to be shown to establish a conspiracy. A conspiracy may be shown by circumstantial evidence and the conduct of the parties. In order to convict the defendant of conspiracy, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt not only that the defendant knew of the unlawful conduct, but that the defendant agreed to combine with the other person for the purpose of accomplishing the unlawful conduct. That's the charge on conspiracy, and I would ask you to go back and then look at the verdict form for your direction. Thank you.
Look at the verdict form. Stop coming in here and asking me stupid questions.
You can go back, and if you have another question, I'm sorry, I just need to abide by procedure, okay? All right.
Oh, they already have another question? She wanted to actually ask it like in there. And he's like, no. If you have another question, you need to do the proper procedure. This is on law and crime, and you can ask questions on this one without joining. So, yeah, I don't know. She's fighting with somebody in the chat and saying I'm not going to block her because I don't need to block anybody. It's my life. He said something about, his comment didn't make sense. Something about if he's found not guilty, he's going to be guilty. I don't know. It was weird. I don't know. Why all the questions? Right? I mean, I guess they're really wanting to make sure they get it right. They don't want to screw it up. So that's probably a good thing. They're just like, if we don't understand it, let's ask for clarification. But it seems like they had another question, and now they're going to have to go back and do the whole procedure of, we have another question. We need to go back in there and get clarification on whatever. I don't see either one of them commenting anymore. I guess I don't remember what her name was, her Russian name, but that's apparently it. So it's Elena, but it's in Russian on here, so it's not written like that. It's not written like Elena, but Elena. It's Elena. I like this. Lauren's like, I have a question. Why is this jury so confused? They've got to be coming up. He said her birth name. He said her birth name, but I don't remember what he said. He said it in his testimony. I don't know if he said the other one's birth names. I know he said Grace's. He said something about like because they changed their names and gave them American names. Yeah, I think he maybe did say all three. Well, he told them to go back and read the verdict form. So maybe they don't have all the charging documents. which doesn't make sense. I don't think either one of them are commenting anymore anyway. Not currently. But I mean, we're getting down to the nitty gritty, right? Like we've got to be getting a verdict here soon. Maybe they're like, oh, we saw what happened to that Karen Reed jury, and they should have asked questions. So we're going to make sure we ask questions. We're not going to let anything slip by us. Oh, goodness gracious. That's what I was thinking, CH. I guess that's why I was thinking that it was something else, but they weren't allowed to take notes. No notes. No notes. No notes. I'm just seeing if they make any more comments in here. I wasn't even paying attention earlier to even notice that he was in there, much less that she was in there. Like every charge, they're like, okay, now tell us the difference between the buggery and the buggery. Skinny is in the courtroom and stands up and he's like, I can do it. I can tell you the difference between the buggeries. Let me do it, Judge. There's no buggery in this case, but still, I mean, there isn't a case, but not in this trial. Skinny's gonna be like, I know all the things about the law on the buggery in South Carolina. I've got you, Judge. Just sit back, relax. I'll take care of this. All right, I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I want a freaking verdict. I don't have anything else to go over besides other case stuff, and I don't want to do that. I just want them to come back with a verdict. It's 2.5 hours. And we were caught up real time. So we've been just shooting the shit and going over odds and end pieces of the case for 2.5 hours. And stupid jury questions. But I'm glad they're asking them so they're not confused, so they don't get in trouble later. So I'm going to give them a pass and just say, now get your ass back in the courtroom and tell us what you find. Michael, they've come back with 3 really simple questions that makes me wonder if they just don't have the documents in the room with them. Oh, here. He deserves to be in jail for the rest of his life. I feel like I would be next if he is found not guilty. So please don't let him get away with this. That's the sister. He deserves to be in jail for the rest of his life. I feel like I would be next if he is found not guilty. Oh yeah, girl, you would have been first. Peter says, laughing my ass off. He doesn't want to kill you. He wants your apology. I think he wants to kill her. Sorry, Peter. I think you're actually wrong. I think she's right. I'm going to put that too. Let's see if I can. See, I'm getting, you can tell I'm getting a little bored here. I'm just going to start entertaining myself over here on the long run chat. Hi, Bonnie. She says, what did she just say? I don't owe him anything. Remember about the hot tub? I told you about Vasily. He owes me an apology. What's Vasily? Vasily. Yeah, I'm gonna go in there. I'm poking some bears. I'm bored, so I'm gonna start some shit. Yes, that's my life. I said, Peter, I disagree. I think she would be his next victim. She dodged a bullet not being his first. Yeah, I got no response yet. Mav, that's what I was wondering. What's this Vaseline? I don't know. No, she said Vasily, Vasily. Vasily is a Russian masculine name that means royal or kingly. You did a Cecil? Fuck, you're a Google expert. You qualified. Peter says, heck yeah, she blocked me, so this is the last day to talk before forever gone. Wait, what? Who blocked you? This one says, Peter and Elena are real. They are having their own family convo. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing in the courtroom? We're just going to look. We're just looking at things. Looking at the defense attorneys. And then Peter says she blocked me. Who? Elena blocked him? Heck yeah, she blocked me. So this is the last day to talk before forever gone. Who blocked you, Peter? Tell us. Don't go home. Oh my God, don't go home. Don't go home. Nope, we're going back to the seal. Back to the seal. I don't know who blocked him. All right, hold on. Always want to listen to Michael. Uh-oh, T is getting punch drunk. I need some food. I want to do a Delphi live, Michael. If you want to do a Delphi live with me, I just need to eat some food. At some point here. I'm just kind of hoping we have Vaseline and poking bears. That is buggery, Michael. That is just buggery. You cannot be using Vaseline to poke bears. You're going to get me in trouble in South Carolina. Well, that's actually probably in every state. But oh no, I think it's them. I do think it's them. I think it probably really is them in the chat. Should we DoorDash T some crunchy tacos? Yeah, we definitely need to talk some Delphi. It does. It sounds like the sister blocked him. I just want a fucking verdict, or I want them to go home so I can shut it down and feel good about it. I'm telling you, as soon as I end it to go eat, you guys all know exactly what's going to happen. You know they're going to come back with a verdict. Hi, Hella. Oh, his testimony yesterday. Ooh, girl. Okay, I don't think maybe they're not talking anymore. I think we missed all the good stuff probably earlier when they came into the chat. I gotta feed other people though. That's the problem here. You want me to quit just so we get the verdict? I never got a response. Nobody agreed or disagreed with me, I don't think. If they did, I missed it. Oh well. It's the malice pokery. I had express malice in my pokery. It was definitely express malice. turn off the stream and announce the verdict at the beginning of the Delphi Live? We did that with the other one. Well, that was sentencing though. That's what Pete's. Oh, that's true. That's true. I am so curious about these two siblings. I feel like I'm invested now. Malice Pokery is their other sibling. So bad. This combo is headed towards a toe thumb. Don't make me bring out the toe. Hey, SVN agrees with me. Thank you, SVN, for coming in, giving me some love. And my comment was a really long time ago, but, you know, I'll take it, SVN. Thank you. I know I'm totally invested now. It's wrong. Here, hold on. It's wrong. It's wrong. We have a couple of Elenas, a Peter or two. There's a Cindy over there, maybe a Bobby, a Jan, and oh, a Marsha. That's so dumb. This is why we need a verdict. No, wrong is my new favorite, right? It's so wrong. No toe is dinner first. Hashtag no toe. Don't make me bring out the toe. I already have it. I put it in here so I could do like a DB and just put it on the screen real quick. It will forever live in the background of StreamYard now. I am totally invested. I want the siblings to come back though and chat. We've got to be coming up. Let's look at Pretty Lies and Alibis and see if she's got any updates. Well, they acted like they had another question, but then they didn't come back with another question. So maybe they figured that out. I mean, that was already 20 minutes ago. That was already 20 minutes ago that he read that. Oh, here she is. Hold on. Second row by the wall, she is the blonde. Is his mother, his mother's at trial, right? And Elena says, yes, second row by the wall, she is the blonde. Well, yeah, Peter said that his parents wouldn't even talk to him for his birthday. Verdict is in. Verdict is in. Verdict is in, guys. The verdict is in. We've got a verdict, folks. Verdict, verdict. It was see, I told you guys if I had left, what would have happened. Let's see. Should we put bets on which channel does it first? I'll move this one over here. Two hours and 41 minutes. All right. Let's go, people. They definitely towed the line on that one. See, Thomas, I told you you're the comic relief. All right, I've got Law and Crime live on this screen, and I've got Court TV live on this screen. So we'll see. They better not be on a delay for the flipping verdict, right? Barbara, are you saying guilty or are you hearing they actually said guilty? I love dad jokes. I buy my husband a dad joke calendar every year for Christmas. My opinion. Okay. Yeah, verdict is in. I've got both streams going. We've got a verdict. We've got a verdict. I just don't know if we're on a delay for the courtroom, which I would hope not, but maybe. I have multiple screens, so I have multiple screens. So I have one is on one screen, one's on another screen. Just to see which one the judge shows up on first. Because now with the jury questions, we've seen them show up on different streams first, so I don't know. The clock is gone. I know, I want to know Elena's reaction. I just don't know if they're still keeping us on a delay. I'm checking Twitter at the same time. I definitely need some food. The jury has to know it doesn't matter what they heard. He can't go around whacking people. Now, they got to get him back in the courtroom before they can read any verdict anyway. I doubt he'll react at all. He's pretty stoic. Peter, did you come back? There, she's got her little pray hands. Well, not really. She's got more like an Italian hand going and saying guilty. Elena is. We used to be on a 30-minute delay. They changed it for closing arguments to 15 minutes. And then Court TV said in their chat that they were live.
Actually, hold on for just a second. Before the jury gets in here and the verdict's read, I say this in every trial, that there are a lot of emotions. And I would just ask right now, if you cannot control your emotions, I'm going to give you an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to stay. But I just, for everybody involved, please control your emotions. Okay? If anybody needs to leave, they can. All right, bring the jury.
I'm keeping it like this so I can see if she comments in chat. Well, I can still think it's them without having to have the proof, but I would to prove it's them, you'd need the proof for sure. I'm not in a court of law. They aren't either. So they can go around being whoever they want to be. Okay. Okay. 3 questions, Travis, for 2.5 hours.
Madam Foreperson, I understand that you have a verdict. If you can please hand it to the table. Madam Clerk, could you please post?
Your Honor, these are case numbers 2024 GS 23 2194, 5425A, 5413, 5412. As to the charge of murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of burglary first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of harassment first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. As to the charge of harassment second degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of conspiracy to commit harassment first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. As to the charge of conspiracy to commit harassment second degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Signed by our foreperson. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is a verdict you reached in your deliberation room and this is still your verdict now, please raise your right hand.
I am.
Thank you.
Anything to say? No?
Nothing to say. Nothing as relates to the jury.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've told you this before, and on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County, I want to thank you for all of your service for the last 2 weeks. I know this has demanded a lot from you. You all have been extremely attentive. I know that this has not been easy. I'm going to ask you now if you will go back to the jury room, and I will be back there in just a moment to talk to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You take these minutes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would just make a request that sentencing be deferred to give defense counsel more of an opportunity to present litigation.
Stay.
Your Honor, we would oppose that request. We would ask that you would proceed with sentencing.
I'm going to give 15 minutes. Fill out them kind of sentencing sheets. Do you feel like you need a little bit more? But I'm going to sentence them within the next 30 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The other thing I would, on behalf of the jury,
Okay, the typing is annoying as all hell. Sorry, and I probably just screamed at you guys. I am so sorry because I forgot that I turned my volume up. The typing is absolutely crazy. He said he's going to give them 15 minutes, and then he's going to sentence him. That's what I got, but they're typing away over here.
for reasons articulated, specifically that that the state did not produce sufficient evidence on each and every one of the elements of the offenses for which the jury convicted or on which the jury convicted Mr. Hughes, for that reason, we're going to trial.
Okay. And your motion is denied. You're protected on the record. The only other thing that I need to do is just, and I had discussed this with counsel, as far as the verdict form up at the top, it just needs to be amended to read 2022 GS 23 002194 And then it will be 2024 5425A, 2024 5413, and 2024 5412. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. It was just just more of a typographical four instead of the two.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have no objection. No objection. Yeah.
What? And I'll just write on here.
I'm gonna see if the court TV feed is any better. Give me just a second, because that background noise.
5413 and 2024 5412. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the.
Let me go back, because I want to hear what he said about the sentencing.
Just more of a typographical.
Defendant not guilty. As to the charge of harassment second degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to the charge of conspiracy to commit harassment first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. As to the charge of conspiracy to commit harassment second degree, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. Signed by our foreperson. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is a verdict you reached in your deliberation room and this is still your verdict now, please raise your right hand. Thank you.
Life without piano.
Anything to say?
No, please stay. Nothing as it relates to the jury.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've told you this before, and on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County, I want to thank you for all of your service for the last 2 weeks. I know this has demanded a lot from you. You all have been extremely attentive. I know that this has not been easy. I'm going to ask you now if you will go back to the jury room, and I will be back there in just a moment to talk to you, okay?
I don't even have misophonia, and it was driving me insane. So hopefully this feed is better, so we can hear what he actually says to the attorneys. Oh yeah, Kat, I agree.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, this time I would just make a request that sentencing be deferred to give defense counsel more of an opportunity to present mitigation.
Stay. Your Honor, we would oppose that request. We would ask that we proceed with sentencing as soon as possible.
Nope. It's the same shit on there too. No, I can't do it again. Sorry, I think he's going to come back in 15. I think that was the whole thing.
We, the jury, find the
More, but I'm going to sentence him within the next.
Yeah, I'm going to sentence him within the next 15 minutes.
5412. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. It was just more of a typographical foreign. What? And I'll just write on here. Thank you. All right. We'll be back in 30 minutes, 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Okay. All right.
15 minutes sentencing. I'm thinking that's the family. That's the mom, the dad. I don't know who else is sitting with him though. We know that there was 5 Russian siblings, 1 bio sibling, and 2 of the Russian siblings are supposedly not there. Yeah, that's the mom. The dad. There's a bio brother. I don't know if that's all the other siblings. I'm thinking so. I don't know for sure. Yeah, I think in South Carolina, murder's just life without parole. And then these are the other adopted siblings. 1, 2, 3. And maybe a girlfriend or a wife. So he's guilty on first degree, guilty of bringing the weapon, guilty of burglary, guilty of second degree harassment, and second degree conspiracy to commit harassment. I think they're not going to just sit here and show this family the whole time, are they? No. Okay, good. No, the Asian girl is not one of the siblings. I don't know. One of them is clearly not Russian. So I would think that that's probably 3 of the. They adopted 5, right? So 3 of the siblings plus the. Oh no! Now I'm going to go back and watch them again. So, yeah. So mom, dad, bio brother, 1, 2, 3 adopted siblings, and 4, 5 not there. No, there's only one Asian girl. This one. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what I said, right? Did I not say that? I say that? Maybe I missed that one. Guilty on the harassment, or guilty on second degree harassment, and guilty on second degree conspiracy to commit harassment. And Peter and Elena in a hot tub. Yeah, not all of his siblings are there. Partridge in a pear tree. All right, I thought I was going to be able to go get something to eat, but people are killing me. Yeah, I think they did that with. Did they bring? No, they brought Murdoch back for sentencing, didn't they? That was on. Maybe that was on his other charges. I'm trying to think back to South Carolina court now. Or did they just do it right then and there? I just don't remember. Let's see what Gigi has to say on Twitter. Four of the deliberating jurors came and sat in the back row to watch the sentencing. Interesting. So 4 of the 12 came back to watch the sentencing. They're sitting there in the courtroom now. It was the next morning. It was the next morning? Or I wonder if any more will join them. I miss Judge Newman. All right, well, I'll go back to the other feed because they seem to be faster. But I was hoping that but I think it's probably just a pool camera, so all that typing and crap in the background, it doesn't matter. That's just them doing it. Let's see if Peter or Elena is in chat. Not as far back as I can see. That doesn't mean they weren't there, but I ended up switching the stream, so I wasn't watching it anymore. It was later in the evening, so they came back the next morning. That sounds familiar. I don't know. I watched too many. I can't remember. See, Brittany, look, we agree. I don't think he was proven guilty either, but I still think he's a piece of shit, so people don't necessarily care. But I don't think they actually proved him guilty of murder. But that's, you know, the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, Rexy, that's what I'm gathering too. Zach and Alec will make a good couple. They'll make little redheaded babies. Little redheaded babies. Oh, you think they're going to have victim impact statements right now? With Lutina? Where is Sleuthy? She's been she was here for the verdict. I know she was. I saw her with her little eyeballs. I don't think they're commenting in the chat anymore. I think they left us. I'm not saying that Alec Murdaugh is innocent, just that I didn't find him guilty. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't think they proved that he killed her or him. Papa. My papa. No, she's going to be like, I brought my sister Christina with. She has the right to be here. They did, Joanna. They did. He was guilty of everything. They got him on second degree for the 2 harassment charges, but they got him guilty on everything else. Hallowed be. Oh, hey, there's Peter. Peter's back in the chat. Peter Hughes says yes. Let's see. Did somebody answer and ask him a question, or did he just pop in and say yes for funsies? Peter says yes. I don't know what the question is, but he is pro whatever it is. That was the best, though. Michael said that LWAP was the mandatory sentence for murder. Purple's like, is that life without piano? That's so bad. That's so bad. Yeah, I think vigilantes need to be more careful if this is your chosen path in life. Yeah, you may want to actually have some proof. Oh, I think it's right. I think it's right. This person says that Zach should be sentenced to a mental institution because he's hella psycho. Ooh, do you think that because it's like sentencing day that maybe she's gonna go like full on Dr. Pepper? You think she needs like a little bit more? Yeah, and maybe just don't confess in front of the jury, you know. That was the craziest shit, though. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like Like his testimony, that was the craziest shit. It was like almost like surreal, like it wasn't real. But then you're thinking, then you have to like consciously go, wait a minute, this dude is actually telling you step by step how he committed murder. Like how fucking crazy that is, with zero emotion. Zero emotion. Mav, I'm sure somewhere in the world, maybe, but if I've ever seen it, I've never seen it. I mean, I watch a lot of trials. Obviously, don't watch every trial, but I've never seen that. I've never seen that. I've never seen anything like it. Where's the attorneys in the chat? They've obviously seen a lot more court cases than us. Have they ever seen it? That's crazy shit. I mean, that's got to go down in history. He did try to squeeze out a couple tears. It was like some Perry Mason shit. It really was. It was like watching an episode of Law and Order. The sister, oh. She walks in with a 2-liter of Diet Dr. Pepper. She says, I brought Christina with me. She deserves to be here. Never accept roses at the door. Life lessons. Life lesson number 1. Don't accept roses at the door. He skipped the part of the trial saying he's innocent and went straight to OJ. If I did. Oh, shit. He did. He really did. Dr. Pepper pusher. No, yeah, no, and no, nothing from a clown. If a clown comes knocking on your fucking door, please just don't answer the door. Don't answer the door for a clown, ever. That's just weird. Don't do it. What'd Brittany say? I feel really strange. I guess I'm a weirdo because I'm not happy about the verdict. I don't know why I feel so strongly about it. It's bothering me why I feel this way and everyone else is good. No, Britt, you are not really strange. No. You have your own personal reasons for feeling the way that you feel, and nobody can take that away from you, ever. Now, here's the thing, and maybe it's just because I am so, the way that my brain works, I'm so divisive on like how I try to like categorize things. I don't care if she's in these videos and all of the stuff that the defense has said about her is proven. I don't care that she's dead. I know that sounds terrible, but I don't. And people are going to be like, that's terrible, Teresa. It's terrible. I don't, if everything is proven with Mr. Post, I don't care what happens to that fucking guy. I just don't. It's like Stephen Stearns. I'm always like, if somebody put me in a room with Stephen Stearns, I'd fucking cut off his penis. Like that's, I would. I don't know what else to tell you. I can only tell you how I feel. So in this circumstance, I really just tried to go down the path of what was proven that Zachary could know was going on October 13th and everything past that. Now, that's just how my brain works. Now, I don't expect everybody to be in here and think the way that I think. Absolutely not. Please don't think the way that I think about some things, because sometimes that's not good either. But for me, that's how I tried to break it down. So if all of this, if he had done all of these different things to try to protect her throughout the year that he supposedly was quote unquote friends with her, and he had seen all these pictures and she was crying to him and telling him all these things that was going on, and I almost might think that I would probably lean more towards like with you. For me, I'm trying to take everything that was learned after that he's trying to use as an excuse for his actions. He didn't know any of that. He may think he knew, and he ended up being right, but he didn't actually know. And so I'm trying to look at it from that point of view. Because what if he had been wrong? Because he didn't actually have any proof of any of it happening. That's where I'm at. That's kind of where I'm at with the whole thing. So please don't take the way you feel is absolutely okay. I'm trying to see if there's any other articles or anything up. Ooh, Trav trivia. What is most famous vigilante killing in U.S. history and the outcome? Salem witch trials. Vampires. People thinking that they were vampires and killing them. Let's see what else. What else is there, Trav? What else can I give you? I don't know. I haven't had any food today. My brain has no fuel. The guy reminds me of someone who's so intelligent that they're close to insane, just not sure he could have made it through life without major trouble with the law. That's an interesting thought, too, because we were kind of talking about that a little bit the other day when we were talking about how his brain might just be, it's just different. But how does nobody notice that? Batman, and he was innocent. Dexter, and the outcome is we have Dexter, the Resurrection. It's my understanding as well, T. He went only from what Mello told him. Like, it was too easy to convince him to murder somebody. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if you let that guy out, he's going to be, he's not going to have any problem doing it again. Somebody comes and tells him bad stuff's happening, and he's like, I've got you. I've got you. Kate, that's perfectly said. I love it. Oh, Luigi. I think Luigi probably will be. Well, he's still saying he didn't do it, right? He's saying that it was somebody else. He's going with the Saudi defense so far, from what I can see. No, those were done. Not vigilante for the Salem witches. The most famous was to spare the widow of a trial of a person who killed her husband. Most famous was to spare the widow of a trial of the person who killed her husband. Who? Who was it? I won't even say that I'm happy that she's dead until I know for sure, which I do believe, but until I know for sure that she's actually in those videos and stuff, which I think she is. Other than that, I'm still going to go with that he's fucking crazy. The killing occurred on national TV. Ooh, Travis. Okay. Jack Ruby. No, that's not the right one. No, because that wasn't to spare anybody's wife. People are saying Jack Ruby, but I don't. But it wasn't to spare. It wasn't to spare Oswald's wife. Oh, to spare Jackie. Yeah, that's still a bunch of baloney. It's not true. J.R. Ewing. Who shot J.R.?
Council approach briefly.
I'm not too young for JFK stuff. That was mine and my dad. Me and my dad loved researching everything JFK. Even went to Dallas with him a couple years before he passed away.
Okay, I'll hear from the state. Thank you, Honor. Please court. We're prepared for sentencing. That's what we're here for today. You've heard a long 2-week trial. You've heard the actions of the defendant. You've seen the extreme violence in this particular case. Calculated the premeditation. The jury's found him guilty. Your Honor, the state would be requesting a life sentence for the murder and for the burglary first charges. But before you switch over to the defense, I have Tina Parcell here who would like to address the court, which is the sister of Christina Parcell.
Oh no, you guys. Oh no, you guys.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will apologize in advance. I didn't expect to actually reach this point today. This is my second victim statement in 24 hours. Yesterday was reliving the 2 worst days of my life, between hearing the step-by-step account of my sister's murder, Mr. Mello's 2 new charges, his bond hearing, and my niece being put into emergency protective care again. So I am exhausted, and I'm going to do my best to express myself appropriately. So with Your Honor's leniency, just give me a bit of grace. My understanding is this conversation is with you. This isn't with the defendant. This is not with counsel. This is not with the gallery. So this is a conversation with you. And I've had 3 years to try to articulate how this has impacted me, and I still have yet to find the words, and it won't happen tonight either. So I've decided instead to talk about what logically should be taken into consideration for any sentencing, which is remorse, rehabilitation, and recidivism. This defendant sat on that stand with full disregard for the authority of the law when it came to his actions outside of this courtroom, and blatant disregard for the authority of law inside this courtroom. He recounted step by step in excruciating detail everything he did. And if I may paraphrase the defense counsel's closing statement, did he cry? Did he shake? Did he look visibly distressed? He said the word repulsed, but did he once look repulsed? He said the word vomited. Did he ever once look nauseated as he described dragging my sister through my living room? Cold doesn't begin to describe the lack of emotion. And if I may be blunt, if we're going to argue somebody has to have malice and hate in their heart to be capable of murder, then one could also argue that anyone medically diagnosed as antisocial personality disorder is therefore not capable of committing murder. I think that is a logical fallacy, is asinine. And the fact that I'm tired, I will no longer go down that, but there has been no remorse once shown by this defendant in this courtroom. Without remorse, you cannot have rehabilitation. Rehabilitation requires acknowledgement that I have done a wrong, I have a debt to pay, and I can improve to become a better member of society. It begins with remorse. Without remorse, there is no rehabilitation. Without remorse, without rehabilitation, you have recidivism. This man, no, I'm sorry, this defendant wanted to kill someone. He joined the Marines, specifically the infantry. He wanted to kill someone. He was given a target on a silver platter. He was given an address, a date, a time, and he planned it. Because he knew that if he planned it just enough, he would never get caught. He planned it so much that he thought, well, even when I got caught, I got this. I can still get out of this. Without remorse, without rehabilitation, any person that goes through that effort to commit a murder would absolutely do it again to see if they could. You're left with either two options. Either he is a weak, easily manipulated man who would kill anybody that anyone asked him to, or he's not. A weak and easily manipulated man. And if that's the case, then he absolutely would do this again to see if he's smart enough this time, to see if he can beat it this time, because he has shown no respect for the law of this courtroom. The only thing that I will say about this situation overall is that all of these men did nothing but use my sister. John Mello used her to create a whole new family when he had a wife and children already. Brad Post used her. This defendant used her. All of them used her for their own twisted personal gratification. He would do it again. Without remorse, without rehabilitation, you will have recidivism. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else in the state? Okay. Defense.
Your Honor, may it please the court, Your Honor's presided over this trial. Your Honor is aware of the evidence that was presented at the trial. Your Honor is also aware of the evidence that was proffered. We do believe that could go to litigation, so we would ask Your Honor to consider that very carefully. Zach has no prior criminal history, and he stands ready for sentencing. Your Honor, I would ask for Mr. David Hughes, Zach's father, to have the opportunity to address the court briefly.
Oh, his dad's going up.
Just stand right there.
Yes, Janet. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to speak a few words on my son's behalf. The trial is over. A verdict's been rendered, and we accept that. But what I want to speak to, because I understand this is the sentencing phase of the trial, where you have some parameter of your sentence. My son is probably, in my lifetime, and I've run into some pretty amazing people, and this is going to be seen as a bias from the father, but he has got such a strong moral compass and fortitude and desire for the truth in his life than really anyone I've ever met. He actually eclipses a lot of those things that I aspire to myself. It's what makes his music so incredibly meaningful, because as a musician, and there are some world-class musicians sitting here today, colleagues of Zach's, what makes a musician's art come through is what's the essence of who they are. It's not something you can fake. When you hear it, you know it's a fake. When you hear music that causes people in a room to weep, you know it's coming from something inside that person that you cannot describe. Zach was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I want to tell you that. I taught all my children, Zach being the oldest, the value of hard work. He might have been the only person at Juilliard to show up without manicured fingernails and calluses instead. He worked hard. I pushed him hard. Fathers and parents tend to do that with their firstborn child. And maybe I pushed him, a little hard at times, but it made him the man he is today. I want to address something, and Mr. Wilkins,
Just address the whole thing.
that Zach is a cold-blooded killer. I am sorry. Zach wrote his mother and I a letter delivered to us through his attorneys approximately a month ago. In that letter, he described basically what he did in that chair over there, only a little more detail. Why he did what he had to do, what he felt he had to do. You heard him say in that chair, he wasn't going to go on a cruise ship to Bora Bora, where he was headed, and look at himself in the mirror at night after playing beautiful classical music for rich people. He couldn't do that. Zach has been brutally honest in his life. So much, sometimes to the detriment of his own career. Everybody in the piano world wants to be a soloist with an orchestra, but it's a very small amount of room on the head of that pin, and that's where he was headed. But he had people in his life, donors, rich benefactors, who made demands of him artistically in exchange for their financial benefit, and he walked away from it to the detriment of his own career. Why do I bring that up? He has such a strong moral compass and a desire for the truth that sometimes he actually hurts himself. His friends here, all these people in this courtroom for the last 2 weeks have been here day in, day out. Some as far as from Seattle, Washington. They're here because they grew up with Zach in the music world, and they saw something in him they didn't see in anybody else. He has got a loyal circle of friends that I never had. I told my kids when they grew up, if you, at the end of your life, you end up with 2 or 3 people in your hand, they're really there for you. That's the guy I want in the foxhole with me. Consider yourself lucky. Zach's got a dozen of those. Why? Lutina, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm not supposed to mention her name. I'm sorry. But I want you to know, Zach felt compelled to do what he did because of what he would quote Edmund Burke on this. The only thing necessary for evil to prosper is for good men to do nothing. Okay.
Wrap it up. He said wrap it up.
His desire for the truth and his truthful telling of what happened. I mean, he sat there and he didn't hold anything back that would benefit his portrayal to this court. He's just as brutally honest with himself as he is with other people. He has no criminal record whatsoever before this event. The only thing I know of is an outstanding traffic ticket in Italy. Somehow he rang up when he was there with Mello. And several of the guards in the detention center, where he's been for 3 years, he's been an exemplary inmate, have told him that they were going to come to this trial to support him. When you gain the silent respect of law enforcement officers, they see something in you, they see it all. And they see a guy that's respectful for 3 years without a single incident. I think that counts for something. So I'm just here, I'll wrap it up. As you determine your sentencing, I would ask you to consider what type of man he is. And take that into consideration. I love my son. I'm proud of my son. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else we say?
No, Your Honor. Yeah, just for the purpose of the record, I don't, would Your Honor want to inquire Zach as to whether or not he wishes to speak?
That is up to you. I'm sorry, I thought that you had indicated that.
He does not wish to speak. I just want to put that on record.
Okay.
You didn't even get emotional when his dad was there.
Zachary David Hughes, indictment 2022 GS 2302-194, indictment for murder You're to be committed to the State Department of Corrections for life. Indictment 2022 GS 23-02194. You're to be committed to the South Carolina Department of Corrections for 5 years. That is to run concurrent. Indictment 2024 GS 23-05425A for burglary first degree to run concurrent is for you to be committed to the South Carolina Department of Corrections for life. The other two indictments, 2024 GS 23-05413 for conspiracy to commit harassment second degree is 30 days time served. Indictment 2024 GS 23-05412, harassment second degree, 30 days time served.
What did he get for the weapon?
Be dismissed.
I missed it. I sneezed.
Your Honor.
I'm a back.
2024 G to be committed to the burglary first. Indictment 2024 GS 23-05425A for burglary first degree to run concurrent is for you to be committed to the South Carolina Department of Corrections for life. The other two indictments, 2024 GS be committed for burglary. Indictment 2020 life. Zachary David Hughes. Indictment 2022 GS 23-02194. Indictment for murder. You're to be committed to the State Department of Corrections for life.
A life murder.
Indictment 2022 GS 23-02194. You're to be committed to the South Carolina Department of Corrections for 5 years. That is to run concurrent.
Oh, 5 years.
Indictment 2024 GS 23-05425A for burglary first degree to run concurrent is for you to be committed to the South Carolina Department of Corrections for life. The other two indictments, 2024 GS 23-05413 for conspiracy to commit harassment second degree is 30 days time served. Indictment 2024 GS 23-05412, harassment second degree, 30 days time served. You'll be dismissed.
Okay. All right, so let me turn this down. Okay, so 2 life sentences to run concurrent, and then the other one is some odd years to run concurrent as well. And then 2 harassment that he is guilty. It's already time served. He's already done those because they were going to be concurrent. So done with that. So essentially, the big one is the life for murder and the life for the burglary. I wonder if he's like Alec Murdoch. That's why I said they'd have little red-haired babies. Okay, so somebody was saying that these are actually the ones that are his friends from the other state that his dad was talking about. I don't know. The dad's statement made me really uncomfortable. I understand that we should give him grace. I get it, but I mean, I struggle. I struggle that they don't see. He even admits that he wrote him a letter a month prior to trial telling him all of the things that he had done, and in more detail than what he testified to. I'm sorry. What the hell are you doing sitting here supporting? I mean, I guess I could see it's your kid. I don't know, but I don't see the commentary. Like, he's got a good moral compass. You really? Thanks, Debs. I know I need some food like really bad, but he's got a good moral compass? That can't be. Come on. The aunt supported her sister, so what's the difference? Well, I'm going to go back to my whole thing here is I don't know if the sister has seen any of the CSAM stuff. I don't know. And if she has, then I'm going to have a different opinion here. But he admitted to everything he did. And he didn't know about the CSAM stuff. He killed somebody. I mean, he killed somebody without doing anything to try to protect this child beforehand. People will say, well, he did this and he did that. He didn't do any of those things until after he purchased a knife and a gun to kill her.
You were looking for, you said in the Ramey warrant, what you were looking for.
This took it to another trial. I don't know anything about this trial, and I'm not doing it blind. So don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. I don't know anything about this case. Monica Sementilli. I want to try to find. There's got to be some press conferences after the verdict, right? No, we're not snow map. I can't do it right now. Hey, Aaron. No, guys. Nuh-uh. No way. No how. Ain't doing it. I don't even know how many days we're into that trial. You guys get me all sucked into another trial. There's got to be some press conferences. Can you guys keep an eye out for a press conference? Let me see if there's anything on this one. There's no way that they're not going to talk, right? Somebody's got to talk. It's just a trial. You want to hear Tina again? I actually preferred listening to Tina than listening to him, but that's me. Mad about Maya? I can agree with you there. I can agree with you there. Like everybody just needs to sit down. Bob is it talking? What's Bob talking about? Is Bob live? Yeah, my sister lit up a room when she came in. Nobody did that one. Bob is always talking. He is a talker. I'm just thinking that there has to be some press conference. There has to be. Every trial gets a press conference, right? All right. Well, I don't see anything. He was doing closings in the verdict. Oh, I didn't know that. Bob went live on this one. He's late to the party though. He missed the good stuff. Hopefully he went back and watched yesterday because that was where it was at. That's where it was. That's where the fucking kicker testimony was. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go eat. All right, hold on. Somebody said that somebody else is going live on Delphi. So let me see really quick because I try not to go over other people if I can. The thing about this case is is somebody live on Delphi right now? You guys tell me. Is somebody live on Delphi right now or about to go live? Because somebody just messaged me and said somebody's going live. I don't know. I might Delphi tomorrow. Now that this is done, maybe I'll Delphi tomorrow. I'm gonna probably. You know what? R&M is okay. I'll Delphi tomorrow. I think I'm done. I've been on here almost 6 hours today. I think I'm done. I'm gonna go make dinner, hang out with the kids, and I'll probably see you guys. Lana's doing Idaho right now on Truth and Transparency. I know Bob is having Runkle on tonight, and they're going to be talking about Karen Reed and Delphi. So I don't know what time that is, though. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, I think I'll Delphi tomorrow. I think I'm done for the day. Defense Diaries, where are you? Is Runkle on tonight? Yeah, he's actually, Runkle of the Bailey is going to be on to talk about Karen Reed and Richard Allen at 5 p.m. my time, so in about 40 minutes. Yeah, so I'll probably hang out over there, and if R&M's doing something, I'll probably pop in there. Other than that, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it for the night. And then we'll Delphi tomorrow, and then I've got to finish reading through the Idaho documents to see how much of that I truly want to read, because it's a lot. How much I truly want to read live with the way my throat is. Vinny is now doing Delphi on Court TV. Are you serious? Don't tell me that. Is he really? Is that the one from yesterday? It is. It's the one from yesterday.
Their killer has been convicted.
Come on, you guys. You guys are going to get me into Delphi right now, aren't you? I don't. I want to watch Runkle. We'll watch this tomorrow. I'll watch it tomorrow. I'll do Delphi tomorrow. Got a problem. Got a problem. I'm too addicted. I need to eat. I need to hang out with the kids for a little bit. I'm done. I'm going to wrap it up. I love you guys. Thank you guys for being here. As always, I know that you guys have 1,000 other places that you can be, and you still choose to spend your time here with me, and I thank you for that. As always, have a great evening. I will see you guys out on the YouTube streets. And so, I'll talk to you guys mañana. We'll do Delphi. Have a good one.